test, test, test.
Welcome, everyone, to the George Washington University campus. It is so exciting to see all of you here, and we have an audience joining us via live stream today to talk about the role of media in reaching out and engaging the diaspora politically, economically, and socially. I must tell you that this is a dream come true for me personally. Some of you may know that my research, pretty much since I was a student in a university like this, has been focused on engaging diaspora for development in general and investment specifically. It's been my true life passion, and I am so excited to have so many friends and colleagues and new friends here that feel the same way. So thank you very much for coming today to GW to discuss, I think, this very important topic. This is a fitting venue, this particular university. It's very interesting. I was looking at some of our international student enrollment statistics just this week, and I realized, since 2010 here at GW, our enrollment overall across all campuses have stayed relatively the same, growing just slightly, but our international student numbers have increased 50%. Diasporans are key to the George Washington University, and I've been here for 14 years as a faculty member, and I see it and feel it in the classrooms. This is a space where when you say the word diaspora, you don't usually have to define it, because the audience is living and breathing it. And it's a very exciting space for an academic like me who is interested in this topic. It is a university whose diasporan student population has gone on to be heads of state, leadership in industry in their countries of origin, and have taken active roles in the citizen sector, fighting for diaspora voice, advocacy, and impact. Of course, George Washington University houses one of the only diaspora research programs at an academic institution. And I'm proud to say that we have scholars from around all 13 of our different schools here at the university actively engaged in research on how diasporas make a difference. We also have our Center for International Business, Education, and Research, GW Cyber, for whom one of the main focal areas is diaspora investment and entrepreneurship. And through their funding from the U.S. Department of Education, they engage in outreach, teaching, and research activities to promote the very topic that we're here to talk about today. This is a place where students study migration, identity, and international business as an actual course, and do study abroad programs where they actually meet diasporans who are making a difference back in countries of origin. This is the home, and has been for the last two offerings, and soon will be for the third offering, of the African Diaspora Marketplace, co-sponsored by USAID and Western Union. And of course, this is a place where you can attend conferences just like this one. I want to thank my colleagues from GW Cyber, particularly Alexis Gall, for all of her hard work. My dear colleagues at the Calvert Foundation, Lee Moran and Sarah Gallagher, who have helped bring this event to life. And most importantly, Rebecca Walker from Audio Now, who has been the logistics coordinator extraordinaire, if I might say for myself, as well as great visionary, helping us put this event together. So without further ado, I'd like to turn over the mic to Becky Walker. Please welcome her.
Well, thank you, Liesl. It's certainly been an honor working with both Cyber, Calvert, IDEA, and everyone on the committee. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone here for coming today. We have a lineup of esteemed speakers who are all experts in their field, and we're very honored to have them here with us today. Today should yield not only fruitful discussions, but we're hoping to create actionable agendas by the end of the day as well. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Audio Now, let me tell you a little bit about what we do. We connect listeners to broadcasters in over 75 languages, serving 90 nationalities. We become an indispensable connection to those who are hoping to access in-language news from home. We're a media technology that connects thousands of broadcasters to audiences who are really hungry for news. We do this through a low-barrier platform where you place a telephone call and can listen to your programming without needing the internet. You simply dial a phone number and you have instant access. And so in an era where there's almost unlimited minutes here in the US, these calls are essentially free for anyone who's trying to access this news. Audio Now became the largest diaspora broadcasting platform by accident. In 2010, when the earthquake struck Haiti, we realized what a powerful lifeline our service could be. Where the country's phone lines either full or destroyed, there was no information that was able to get out from the country so that people could know what was going on in the aftermath. And so there was one station left in Haiti that stood amongst the rubble, and we were able to connect their content to our phone lines. And when we did that, there was almost an audible sigh throughout southern Florida and New York as friends and family finally knew what was going on in the aftermath of the earthquake. And as stations began to rebuild, we connected them one by one to the platform, and we now serve over 300 Haitian radio stations in the community. But we found out that one-way communications aren't always enough. People don't want to be talked to. They want to be talked with. And so we've been creating these engaging features so that people can connect back to radio stations as well. We have flash polls and in-depth surveys so that listeners can communicate and report from around the world. So if you're interested in how the Vietnamese versus the Ethiopian communities view climate change, we've studied that. Or how the Punjabi community has dealt with gun control here in the US, we have answers for that. If you're looking for more information on remittance habits from the Somali and Haitian communities, stick around till about 1:30 and there'll be a great presentation on that. But one of the strengths of our platform is that we do this all in language. Oftentimes when you ask listeners around the country what they think, if you ask them in English, there'll be either no response or a different response than if you ask them in their own language. And though my Greek is a little bit rusty from the year I spent in Salonika, I do remember what the root of diaspora means, and it means to scatter. So think of those who are sown, as seeds are, across the world, and they're establishing new roots. We're not trying to disconnect the roots from home. We're trying to strengthen both sides so that there's two roots being grown. There are nearly 60 million first and second generations here in the States, with millions of others who self-identify as hyphenated Americans. And it's our goal to serve all of these communities. So here at Audio Now, we aren't here just to connect the news to communities, but we're here to listen as well. And next up, we'll be able to hear from Jennifer Price, the CEO of the Calvert Foundation.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Lisa. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here with you today, and all of you coming in over the line. It's a really exciting day, and it's the exciting start of a week, Global Diaspora Week. And we're very connected to it here at Calvert Foundation. I'll tell the story about how we came into this work and how we're deeply now working with the USAID and the Department of State. Calvert Foundation is an impact investing fund. We're actually a nonprofit financial services firm. And what we do is we raise money from U.S. investors, and then we invest that money around the globe in the form of loans. We invest in countries all throughout the globe, and we also invest here in the United States. But the real essence of what we do is connect individuals to communities. And about 2 years ago, we began a journey of exploring how do you really connect people to what they deeply care about. And through that work, we started to come across the work of diasporas. And what a treat. When we started to unfold that work, we found a lot of innovation, a lot of vibrancy in the communities. The diaspora community is also unique and diverse. And we began to then work more deeply in that way and came across the great work that the Global Partnerships Office was doing. And we then came to a partnership where we are now the managing partner of IDEA, the International Diaspora Engagement Alliance, which is really a hub, really a place for diaspora to come and connect around entrepreneurship, connect around innovation, connect around philanthropy, and we look forward to the idea and the opportunity to connect around investment. And so we are on a journey of creating more investment products that we hope that can connect U.S. investors to their country of heritage, and to really therefore invest in the economic vibrancy of their country of heritage. This is not to replace remittances, this is in addition to. And in that way, we've created a platform. It's called vested.org, where you can go and purchase a note for as little as $20. So today, we have investors invested through the Calvert Foundation to communities around the globe for as little as $20, as large as $20 million. And over 20 years, we've raised $1 billion through 13,000 investors. And all this money is out in the world doing good. Some people call this work impact investing. It's the opportunity to invest for social and financial return. But a deeper level of the work that we do is how do you engage people? How do you reach people? How do you communicate with people? And how do you create something really connected among the investor community as well? And that's where the discussion today is very exciting, and we're still in a learning process ourselves. But it's clear that the opportunity to leverage mobile and technology is tremendous. We've been beginning to explore that opportunity through our work in leveraging the platform we built, vested.org. And even if you build the best platform in the world, how do you bring it out and reach people with it? And that's the piece that we're starting to unpack now. How do you create campaigns? How do you leverage communication and that technology to connect and engage people around the globe? And so with that, you'll hear more about our work as the day goes on, but I just wanted to welcome you all. Thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to not only today's work, but the work throughout the week that will be shared and discussed. It's an exciting week, Global Diaspora Week, and everyone enjoy and have a wonderful time. Thank you.
So I'm also serving as MC for the day, so you're going to see a lot of me. I apologize for that up front. But as you can see, if you look in the program for today, the way things are set up is that we will be having a morning keynote today, followed by a panel, then lunch, and then we'll have two panels in the afternoon following an afternoon keynote. So follow along in your programs. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce Constance Jumis. She is the Director for Partnerships in the Secretary's Office for Global Partnerships at the U.S. Department of State, and she will introduce our morning keynote.
Thanks, Dr. Riddle, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to make this very brief, but I just also wanted to say happy Global Diaspora Week, since this is indeed our first ever Global Diaspora Week. I'm Connie Jumis, once again, Director of Global Partnerships in the Secretary's Office of Global Partnerships at the Department of State. And I'm part of the team from State that helped launch IDEA, the International Diaspora Engagement Alliance, which, as Jen mentioned and as Lisa mentioned, this is a very close partnership with the Calvert Foundation and USAID. We're just very, very proud of what's been done over the last few years. I'm going to make this very brief. I'm just here to introduce this morning's keynote speaker, who also comes from State. David Duckenfield is the U.S. Department of State's Deputy Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs. He has an extensive professional background, deeply rooted in both communications as well as diaspora outreach, including executive positions in PR, in diaspora outreach at communications firms, tech giants, and even the NBA. He's truly a champion of leveraging media and technology for effective public engagement, and we're proud to have him here representing state and our communities at this Global Diaspora Week kickoff event. So please help me give a warm welcome to Deputy Assistant Secretary of State David Duckenfield.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that introduction, Connie. And as she mentioned, I run the outreach, the mostly domestic outreach for the Bureau of Public Affairs at the U.S. Department of State. And actually, on the way over here, just your neighbors to the left here, on the way over here, Liesl, I was thinking that I think the Department of State is like the only parcel left in Foggy Bottom that GW doesn't own. I know, we're hunkering down there, right? But on the behalf of the Department of State, I wanted to welcome you all here to this Global Diaspora Media Forum. And first off, I wanted to thank the IDEA Partnership, the George Washington University School of Business, and Audio Now for hosting this great event here today. As Connie was mentioning, prior to my time here at State, I worked at Yahoo, where I was in charge of outreach to the U.S. Hispanic market. So you can imagine that an event like this with a theme of engaging the mobile diaspora and its focus on technology is particularly close to my heart. As I'm sure you know, as we've been talking about, this is kicking off the Global Diaspora Week, which began Sunday and runs through Saturday with more than 65 events like this occurring all over the world. And I'm going to use the acronym GDW, so I have to say Global Diaspora Week a lot. GDW is dedicated to diaspora communities and their contribution to global development, and is focused on raising awareness, enabling collaboration, and enhancing learning among those working with diaspora communities in their own communities, like right here. The beauty of GDW is that it enables all interested groups to discuss and deliberate on diaspora-related issues in cities, towns, college campuses, regardless of the size or location. So you might ask, why is diaspora engagement so important to the U.S. Department of State, and why are we so interested? I think the single most important reason is that there are over 60 million Americans who are first generation or second generation descendants of immigrants. This is the defining trend of our era. And the United States is the largest single migrant destination in the world. That's probably no news to everyone here in the audience. But what it does mean is that there's a growing network of migrants who are coming to the U.S. and becoming hyphenated Americans, as Lisa was referring to. What's unique about these hyphenated Americans is that they have a special affinity, whether through family or cultural ties, to countries all around the world. And through this affinity, they are naturally positioned to engage in development. Diaspora communities are often the first movers, even beating governments to local challenges, whether it is via humanitarian response and exchanging timely information of on-the-ground conditions, or investing in emerging business opportunities. In fact, just last week, my office hosted a call between officials from the White House, the Centers for Disease Control, USAID, and the State Department, with over 200 members of various African diaspora groups from around the country, to engage them on our government's efforts with the ongoing Ebola epidemic, and to let them know how we could help and how they could help and seek input from that diaspora. And from this example, you can see that diasporas are increasingly seen as important members for both sending and receiving individual country government strategies. In this case, a global health and security strategy. And these strategies are aimed at affecting political, economic, and cultural outcomes, things that we work on every day at the Department of State. And what we're seeing, that whether in direct partnership or an initiative, or more broadly seeking to support diaspora communities, diaspora engagement should involve support for capacity building within their communities so that their organizations can operate in a more self-sufficient environment. We have learned that distinct diaspora communities have often common interests and common challenges, and can benefit from connections and opportunities to work together and engage, opportunities exactly like what we're doing here today. The State Department believes that diaspora communities have the potential to be the most powerful partner an engaged government can bring to bear, which is why we launched the IDEA partnership together with USAID in 2011. Together with private sector partners, IDEA promotes and supports creative partnership-driven diaspora initiatives and investment in entrepreneurship, philanthropy, volunteerism, and innovation in countries and regions of diaspora origin. Since much of IDEA's work is performed in D.C., we're always eager to get the word out locally on how the State Department is engaging diaspora communities to further our shared development goals, and more importantly, to recognize their tremendous contributions toward development worldwide. And while diaspora contributions to development are now garnering more attention in the global research agenda and by governments worldwide, and with good cause, one particular area that goes largely unnoticed is the potential impact of diaspora youth and next-gen diaspora leaders in the development arena. That is exactly why we want to support events like this one. Tech-savvy and engaged audiences like you represent great potential. For proof of that, we don't have to look very far. This fall, my colleague, Special Representative Andrew Bryan, and his Office of Global Partner Initiatives led a diaspora tour culminating this week during DDW. They visited 9 college campuses around the United States, from Florida to Seattle and Maryland to Ohio. These events brought together faculty, students, and community organizations and individuals to encourage creative partnerships and open dialogue with these dynamic diaspora communities. What we love about colleges and universities is not only that you already have self-organized student diaspora organizations, but that you also have the energy and creativity that is needed in America's development efforts. At each of the diaspora tour stops, it was not hard to find great examples of individuals getting involved. From Sister Cities International staff connecting cities to each other in cultural exchanges, to a young Kenyan student who started his own social enterprise, selling beads here in the United States that empower women entrepreneurship and help raise money to build a clinic in his home country, to an engineering professor who leads volunteer trips for students to Latin America. Over the course of the Diaspora Tour and the Global Diaspora Week, one theme in particular has become evident. In this era of globalization and interconnectedness, never before have we seen both the speed of communication and the efforts to mobilize and organize around causes so quickly and efficiently. And by leveraging technology and tools like the Call to Listen platform that Audio Now offers, diasporas can get connected and bridge the communications gap faster and easier than before. The State Department recognizes the potential of forums like this for harnessing the power of our growing interconnectedness. We leverage this reality by using new technology for crowdsourcing information needed in humanitarian response, piloting new ways to mobilize distant communities and online learning, using local 2G and 3G networks, and engaging in global, cross-cultural conversations using online and mobile-friendly platforms. Recently, in a 1-hour virtual discussion, Assistant Secretary for Cultural and Educational Affairs, Evan Ryan, was able to respond to students' questions from 271 schools in 12 countries. Another way we use innovation and technology to help further American diplomacy and outreach is the State Department's Virtual Student Foreign Service Program. This program gives U.S. citizen students enrolled in college the opportunity to work as e-interns directly with State Department overseas embassies and consulates, or with our headquarters right here in D.C. For the 2014-2015 academic year, nearly 600 e-intern college students are working remotely on 300 unique projects. In the past, projects have included initiatives where these e-interns led an English language book club for youth in Libya via Adobe Connect, and then continued online discussions via Facebook. In another instance, e-interns served as virtual education advisors for in-country youth interested in studying in the United States. As this virtual student foreign service program and other initiatives I've highlighted demonstrate, the State Department has and will continue to look for innovative ways to work with the diaspora. Such partnerships are critical to successful American outreach and engagement in today's more open, instantaneous, interconnected, and information-intensive era of international relations. As Secretary Kerry said in his first speech as Secretary of State, in today's global world, there's no longer anything foreign about foreign policy. Our diaspora communities are living proof of that. In our cities and towns, and in our college campuses, like here at GW, you have the power to positively influence and impact communities both here and abroad. Whether you are a diaspora or part of a larger community, or you simply have an affinity for positive development overseas, you are our grassroots ambassadors, and we welcome your energy, vision, and engagement in amplifying America's development efforts around the globe. Thank you once again for being a part of this important conversation, and I wish you all a productive, engaging, and enlightening day that inspires you not only to think about leveraging technologies for diaspora engagement, but also to find ways to put your ideas into action. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank the Deputy Assistant Secretary for those great remarks. I think it was a wonderful way to kick off this event. We are very grateful for the campus tour, and we're very grateful, since you're all right next door and practically connected to us right now, we're grateful that Connie was able to join us yesterday. We had a class of 200 freshmen that got to hear about all the great things that the State Department is doing to engage students around the country for diasporas for development and the idea and the cause. Without further ado, I'd like to turn over to our moderator for our first panel, my dear colleague, Dr. Nate Jensen, who's an associate professor of international business. Nate is a political economist, and he is going to, I think, a very fitting moderator for the very first panel. The panel is entitled Diaspora Political Engagement, Media Challenges, Opportunities, and most importantly, What's Next? So I'd like to invite Dr. Jensen and his panel to join us here.
Can you hear me okay? Better? Yes. All right, thank you. I'm actually new to GW. I just joined the faculty after moving from St. Louis, Washington University in St. Louis. I've actually never been to a conference that's on time. So I don't know if this is a GW thing or it's a Lizo thing, but I'll do my best to keep this on track. As Lizo mentioned, I actually don't directly do research in this area, and in some sense I'll make an apology or maybe an admission both for myself and my field. I'm a political scientist. And in political science, if you go back 10, 12 years, if you ask someone about globalization and the political economy of globalization, they'll probably start telling you about international trade, movement of goods and services across borders. And then they'll probably talk about capital flows, talk about foreign investment, talk about exchange rates. And only just recently in my field, at least in the academic research, do you see more discussion of migration. And then on top of that, you see more emphasis on remittances. But largely it's sort of at that stage right now. And I love the analogy of the seeds being spread across borders. We spend less time focusing on the communities that have grown through these patterns of migration and change, and less on how that actually affects politics. And I think that this is a really great opportunity, not just for people who are already interested in this work, but to really broaden the reach and say this is really relevant. And I think the only thing that's perhaps not focused as much as this topic is also the flow of ideas across borders. And I think this is largely understudied, at least in my field, and thinking about how new information flows, how communities communicate with each other and people outside. So it's really an incredible opportunity to be here with a broad panel. But again, our hope is this discussion is to not just already talk to the true believers, but to broaden and say this is relevant to anyone who studies politics, that this is an important topic. Our goal here today is really showcase the panelists. So we have a few prepared questions, but the hope is that the questions really leave a lot of opening for the panelists to speak about whatever they want. I had a discussion of whether we should be talking more broadly about communities or not. So I'm going to just ask all of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves, and then I'll have a number of questions for them. And then we'll do our best to leave a bunch of time for questions and answers.
Sure.
Good morning. thank you for the invitation to share some of the experiences that the Mexican government has with its diaspora here in the United States. My name is Vanessa Calva. I'm the current Deputy Press Secretary at our embassy, and I've had the opportunity of being posted now in the United States for almost 10 years, and had the privilege also of serving this very vast and diverse community here, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of the things that we've learned and some of the things that we would like to put forward, and also to see the ideas of the rest of the panelists and you here today. So thank you.
Okay, can I go? Okay, all right, so it works. Hi, everybody. My name is Harold Isaac. I am here as the CEO of Quisqueya International Incorporated. Basically, my story probably embodies all of what has been said so far in terms of the role of the diaspora and the potential for development, as I'm responsible for all the international operations of Radio Quisqueya in Haiti. Radio Quisqueya is based in Port-au-Prince, and is run by Marvel Dandin, who is the CEO, and Lillian Pierre-Paul, who is the vice president. And basically, there are two prominent journalists in Haiti, and they've been for at least the past 40 years. And they're really involved in promoting democracy and fighting for human rights in the country. And here I am, because I'm also the son of Lillian Pierre-Paul. I've been born in Montreal, raised in Haiti, and basically trying to outreach to the diaspora through Radio Quisqueya. So basically, this embodies a need to reach out to the communities in Montreal, Quebec, New York, Boston, Miami, and France. And I'm going to be more than thrilled to tell you more about it as we go along. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Elmer Cato. I am the Minister and Consul for Public Diplomacy at the Embassy of the Philippines here in the United States. I joined the Foreign Service in 1998, and I have been assigned to the Philippine Mission to the United Nations in New York. I was a journalist for 15 years before I joined the Foreign Service, and my portfolio here in Washington, D.C. as head of the Public Diplomacy section is to help ensure that the embassy is able to project itself positively in its efforts to promote stronger political, economic, and cultural ties with the United States, and also to look after the welfare and interests of our Filipino diaspora here in the United States, which number about 3.5 to 4 million Filipinos and Filipino Americans. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ann Bennett, and I'm here as the Executive Director of Hirondelle. Hirondelle is a media organization that works to provide locally produced news and information in post-conflict and transitioning countries. We currently have 7 media operations in Africa, 2 of which find themselves at the center of the Ebola crisis. So we're media entrepreneurs that set out really to create viable media organizations that can be run and funded locally. It's interesting that our, sort of to echo the sentiments of the moderator, traditionally our approach to our target audience, diaspora has really been sort of an afterthought. You know, we think first and foremost of the populations that are most affected by conflict and the populations that have perhaps been displaced within a country. But what we've seen over the years is a huge engagement by the diaspora that's been made easier by the technological changes. So I was looking at our statistics for web visitors to our Radio Okapi, which is based in DRC, for the month of August, and there were 1,400,000 visits with 407,000 unique visitors. So those are really large numbers of diaspora, and we're just at the beginning of learning how to engage that population. So I'm extremely excited to be here for all 3 panels. I think I'll learn a lot, and I hope that I can share some of our experiences. Thank you.
Great. So we have a couple of prepared questions here. The first is for Vanessa and Elmer. We're lucky to have representatives of embassies of the two largest diaspora networks in the United States. So the question to them is, what would you say are the largest challenges in communicating with these communities through media, and what solutions have you identified?
Well, if I may, one of the things that we always address when dealing with diasporas, you probably heard that there are a couple of Mexicans in the United States. Just a couple of million, that is. There are 34 million Mexicans or people of Mexican origin in the United States. That's approximately 10% of our population that lives in this country, our neighbor country, with whom we share a very extensive and a very also unique dynamic border, and that of course reflects on a lot of the things that we do and that they trickle down when we are engaging with our community here. Because of the number of our community is that we have the largest consular network a country has in another one in the world. We have 50 consulates throughout the United States. And yes, we do have a consulate in Anchorage. I used to joke sometimes about it with my colleagues. But now, yes, there are Mexicans there. And we have a consulate that there is providing them with assistance. So what are the challenges? Well, for us, of course, is the fact that we have a very diverse and very large population in the U.S. And they also have a diversity of interests and objectives that varies. According to one of the last polls by the Pew Hispanic Research Center, approximately 75% of our community has been here for over 10 years. So that implies that the strategies that we have developed and implemented through our consulates has moved over the years. So for the past 25 years, we've actively and constantly engaged with them, more towards the cultural and the social ties that I think that has been mentioned here before, the importance for them not to forget who they are or where they come from. But we also come with the reality that they are living their lives here and that their life is now in another country. So part of our obligation now is to facilitate them with the tools and the resources for them to have to fully integrate in their communities without necessarily also implying that means that they need to sever their link to Mexico. And we've engaged with diverse programs not only to provide them services here in the United States that go from health, from financial education, immigration, information, of course, and for many of these things, we partner with local agencies, with state and federal authorities mainly. And we've also engaged the full federal Mexican government as a whole, not only the Mexican Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There's a very interesting structure that we have within our Undersecretary for North America. The Institute for Mexicans Abroad is an independent institute that is responsible in developing public policy to engage our diaspora. So their function is to basically serve as a way of attracting all of the other informations and programs from all of the other secretaries from the federal government or federal actors and put them into place so that they can be implemented through consulates. So some of the challenges precisely have been in the tailor-made and the efforts and the different pilots that we've engaged over the years and to see which one fits better. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that for these programs to fully address the necessities our community has. So even that in itself can be an impressive challenge. And one of the resources that, of course, we've used over the years has been the media. That has been essential for everything that we do. Otherwise, it would just be rather impossible and complicated to reach all of them only through the tools that the government has. So I think that, and with this, I will, of course, look forward to see what Elmer mentions. But for us, that has been the main challenge, how to go through this pendulum, so to speak, of what the necessities of a community we have that now also reflect people that have been in the country for over 10 years and have very specific, have very different necessities from people that are, for instance, arriving in the United States for the first time. So that would be one of the first and perhaps main challenges that I would put forth.
Thank you. As many of you know, the Philippines is one of the largest diasporas in the world. About 10% of the Philippine population is overseas. That's about 11 million Filipinos. Here in the United States, as I mentioned earlier, we have about 3.5 to 4 million Filipinos, making the United States the host of the largest concentration of Filipinos outside the Philippines. We're next to the Chinese as the biggest ethnic Asian community. We're the second fastest growing immigrant community after the Mexicans. Given the situation, the Philippine government has made it a point to assist our nationals wherever they are. And here in the United States, the thrust of the embassy is not only to extend assistance to distressed Filipinos, but also to elicit their support in terms of helping us influence U.S. policies towards the Philippines, and also to help us in development efforts. We have a growing involvement of Filipino Americans in development initiatives in the Philippines in terms of extending assistance during humanitarian situations, as well as in investments. So one of the challenges that face us here in the United States in terms of reaching out to our community is the fact that the Filipino diaspora is way off the radar screens of mainstream U.S. media. So given this situation, we are confronted with the challenge of how to reach out to them more effectively. So with this, what we did was to focus our efforts towards Filipino-American media here in the United States. We have a number of Filipino-American publications, as well as one TV station that's based in California that we regularly engage with. We provide them with a steady stream of press, photo, and video releases. We also extensively use social media. We've done this for the past 2 years. 96% of Filipino netizens are involved with social media, so we decided to use that to connect with them. And we also try to embrace new technology. Last year we were approached by AudioNow, and we were among the first embassies to utilize their call-to-listen platform. We came up with our own virtual radio station in the embassy that broadcasts news, discussions, as well as Filipino music. And we are now developing a mobile app that we hope to launch soon that would allow us to reach not only the Filipino diaspora in the United States, but all over the world.
Great, and that's a great segue to Harold here. Harold comes from the private sector, and the question we have for Harold is, how do you engage listeners in Haiti, and how is that different from engaging listeners in the United States, Canada, or elsewhere in the world?
Well, this is a very interesting question because it reflects the importance of having of the diaspora per se, and how basically it has grown to a point that we had to develop services for them because they were requesting it. Most of our diaspora is living in North America and in Europe, and so basically, and I'm just trying to keep up with my notes. Our domestic strategy has been influenced by the diaspora, because as we were trying to reach out to them, we also have our own local challenges in Haiti to cover the whole country. And once we went through the internet, through the web, to reach out to them, it also became a solution for us locally in Haiti, because in Haiti, the challenges for domestic service is that Haiti is, and what Haiti means literally is mountain land, and because of that, FM technology has a really hard time reaching out to all the communities. So by reaching out to diaspora through the internet, we've managed to also reach out to local communities in Haiti. And so our strategy for the diaspora in that sense has influenced our business. And thanks to like call to listen platforms such as Audio Now and their technology, now we have an even easier way to reach out to the communities here in the United States and Canada, and I know some people even call from they call from Europe as well. So so as I was mentioning, it created this kind of paradox that we have where like solutions developed for diaspora ends up having like a very big impact on the local communities. Now, as we mentioned, and we heard it initially, that we're trying to, like, it's not a one-way street. We're trying to get feedback from the diaspora as well with you know, through surveys and through studies, and that is very important, especially now that these communities are really vibrant. They have, they want to have a say in the political field in Haiti. They want to influence the public debate, and therefore they tend to they want to find a way to express themselves. The challenge, though, that we're having with that is that as much as they are like the diaspora will be involved in Haiti public debate, it creates a distortion for the local, with regards to the locals, because the quality of the technology that they have access to is better here, and it influences the public debate in that sense. So when you consider that there's voice over IP technology that allows diaspora to call in Haiti, participate in radio stations, hotlines, and try to discuss the agendas, versus the Haitian locals are unable to do so, to do the same thing, it creates this bit of distortion. The other distortion that it creates here is that they're more isolated in a sense in the host communities where they are, because they're connected to to our own domestic stations, and therefore they're not integrated. So that's where, like, when we do surveys that are relevant to them, when we do studies that are relevant to them, it allows them to be more integrated into the host community. So that's a bit of how, like, the whole spectrum of, or part of the whole spectrum that we're dealing with in terms of our business with regards to the diaspora and the domestic community.
Great. And then for Anne's question here, I'm going to be a little broader, because we were talking about diaspora, but also if you want to talk more broadly about the community, similar to Harold's question. But for Anne, you establish radio stations in conflict zones, which is fascinating and very difficult work, I'm sure. Are there some stories that you could share with us that help inform us about media engagement in post-conflict zones that would help inform this discussion?
Yeah. When we think about, I'm just listening to my co-panelist here and talking about engaging the diaspora in Haiti and questions of balance. When we think about engagement, which is ultimately impact, there are really sort of two components. One is content, subject matter of your programming, and then the other would be sort of technical and pure sort of broadcasting tools like programming. And one of the things that we try to do with our domestic audiences, as well as with the audiences regionally and in the far-flung diaspora, is to ensure that our programs are of interest. If you're not producing programs that are of interest to your target population, you're not going to get any engagement. So that's sort of number one, and really understanding through polling, through feedback, through as much data as you can, what's the population looking for? What kind of programmings are you going to get the greatest response from? We build these radios in these post-conflict, very difficult situations, but we also build media that we want to be market leaders, and without an exception, we are the market leaders in the markets where we're working. So it's really important to have good, top-quality, entertaining, engaging programs on subjects that are of interest to the population, and that includes the diaspora. So that's sort of the first thing that we look at. And then you're looking at technology. Are those programs accessible to the populations that you're trying to reach? And there's a big difference between, our first radio 20 years ago on the border in Zaire, which was Zaire at the time, broadcasting over FM to refugee populations, and what we're looking at now with a really high digital access and social media access that we're getting from all of our diaspora audience. So in thinking about those two things, there's two programs that stand out, I think, that might be, I'd like to share with you today. One is a program with Radio Copy in DRC that's called, in English the translation would be Congolese Abroad, and it's a weekly magazine that features the story of a Congolese working abroad. That can be abroad in Rwanda. I noticed that there was an entrepreneur based in Rwanda who's profiled, that's broadcast live on air, so it's the profile and in-depth interview with somebody, a Congolese who's an entrepreneur or a social worker or an academic working abroad. It's broadcast over FM. It's also on the internet, and there's a lot of engagement around that. It's a very popular program amongst the Congolese, and it's a way of really where the radio is playing a bridge between the diaspora community and the community within the DRC. Another program that had a lot of feedback from overseas and a lot of engagement via the internet and the call-in was a program that was broadcast. It's every evening in Mali. Studio Tamani, which is our Malian broadcaster, has a program called Grand Dialogue, and it's a 52-minute debate program on a topic that's generally coming from current affairs. And recently they did a show on early marriage in Mali and in the Malian diaspora. And we sort of promoted this program in the run-up to the evening of the debate, and so people were able to send in text messages, make comments on the website. They could actually call into the program live. And then in the studio we had 3 experts plus the moderator and presenter. So that's another way where you're looking at a topic that touches Malian society profoundly. Early marriage has a big effect on girls' education and the ultimate contribution that women can make to society economically and socially. So it's something that needs to be discussed, and I think that it's something that touches not just the Malian population in Mali, but the population that's living outside of the country, and this was a way of bringing them into the discussion. And there was a great response. We count everything. We're social entrepreneurs, but we're also media nerds, and we try and quantify everything. So we do track the kind of engagement that we get on programs like that, and that helps us inform our programming for the future.
Great. So I have 2 more broad questions for the panel, and we can pass around the microphone here. But I think one is going to be the obvious one, and that's the challenges in your work. And maybe I'll add on to that if there are solutions or if there are resources that you need to overcome those challenges. So that's an open question to the panel of what is the major challenge that you see in your work. Vanessa, I'm going to call on you first, actually.
Sure. I think that one of the aspects that can also be very challenging is the fact that we still find ourselves having to address a lot of the stereotypes and misperceptions that people have of our community and of our country in itself. So a lot of the efforts that we want to engage, especially when we use media and social media and other type of discussions and forums, is to precisely address these type of things much more openly, and for us to discuss them as well with our community. and in that sense also, I think that for us, we see also the importance that everything that we do has to lead to their empowerment, to the empowerment of our community here, to the integration that I mentioned before. And with that, we need to join forces also with other people who are whose objectives are also in line. So. And it has been very, very interesting because over the years, and I had an opportunity to be in a community that was very conservative and that had a very unfortunately strongly anti-immigrant sentiment, and then work in a community that was extremely open to immigrants, that had sanctuary cities, and they were very willing and extremely eager to work with us. So then it became an issue of how to manage all of these resources that suddenly you had. And of course, as you probably know, there is a very strong presence of media, of Spanish-speaking media in the United States. So perhaps in difference with other diasporas, ours does have a link in terms of their language with them, and we also have the opportunity to work with that. But I think that in terms of where we're moving forward, or where we want to go, is precisely to continue to engage in much more current topics that our community is facing, and not only fall into the more traditional, or what is perceived to be a traditional consular relationship with this diaspora, just issuing passports or issuing some other type of legal service. We've expanded to have health fairs at consulates where you can get free medical exams, or for you to get information on labor rights. So, these are the type of things that we need to continue to engage more with them, and it's necessary to bring forth the media as well. And for them, not only, and with this, I will close my comments, but also for the media to realize that the diaspora is not only a marketing or a commercial reach. We don't want them only to reach out to them when it's Cinco de Mayo. It's great that we can celebrate Cinco de Mayo, and I can go into very great lengths of why people celebrate it more in the United States than in Mexico. But the point is, we're glad that these things are out there, but there has to be much more content as well. They also need to be looking for their empowerment as well.
All right, thank you. Well, in terms of challenges for the business, as I mentioned, the distortion, but if we step back a bit and look at the culture, Haitian culture is highly political, highly politically motivated. People have great interest in that. There's constantly being struggle for democracy in Haiti, and the first flow of massive immigration in the past, I'd say 50 to 60 years, was when Francois Duvalier, the father, like Papa Doc or Father Baby Doc, started to chase the teachers and any educated critique that would kind of question the regime that he was establishing, and they started to go either to North America, namely to Montreal, New York, Miami, but also in Africa. They went to Africa and France, and that started to build to build a stronger diaspora stronghold of Haitian. And so basically what that led to is that we had this political motivation, this activism that remained very, very vibrant throughout the years, because before, there was no way to listen to news in Haiti or to know what was going on. People were sending cassettes of shows first, and then they started to have hourly based stations where they would share some of the news that it would have in Haiti, and call in some correspondents in Haiti to have an update on what was happening. And then as things went along, and in 1986 when Duvalier, Baby Doc, was overthrown from power, some of the diaspora went back to Haiti, but a bit to their dismay, because the country had changed and they were not accustomed to the culture, and some of them came back here, and some of them actually never went back to Haiti at that time. So basically, despite the fact that they were away, they still wanted to know, and that first generation really wanted to keep in touch with what was happening in Haiti and try to influence it. So that kind of gives you a bit of the canvas of what we're dealing with in terms of interest into what's happening in Haiti. And so basically the core interest for content coming from Haiti tends to be more politically motivated than anything else. So in that sense, and to get more in depth into the distortion I was mentioning earlier, is that what we notice is that the diaspora importance in the political debate has grown over the years. With the tools that we've put at their disposal now, with call to listen, with audio now, with web streaming, with TVs being broadcasted on the internet as well, they're more than ever connected onto what's happening in Haiti. And the fact that their discourse has been always politically motivated, it also has been, I'd say, affected by nostalgia. Therefore, we have people that are really highly emotional, getting involved in the public debate in Haiti, trying to influence it, and this diaspora community has, because in Haiti, it's the way the diaspora is in fact perceived is as the real middle class of Haiti. So financial resources, media influence, and so a lot of that, and in a sense, it's creating a bit of a clash in Haiti. So the clash that it's creating is that the diaspora is really eager to participate, versus the locals that are unable to have as an easier access. Right now, the problem in Haiti, we have a monopoly situation in the communication sector, where there's a big company that has a stronghold on the cell phone communication in Haiti, and therefore the quality and the cost of cellular communication has increased. And radio being the main medium for debates, for political exchanges, has been affected by it. So most of the time there is a search for a type of a balance into the discourse. But we also see it as an opportunity, because as much as the influence right now is very strong from the diaspora, we just had a very telling example of how this influence has played out in the right way, because lately Baby Doc had been back to Haiti, and he just passed away about 2 weeks ago, and the state wanted to give him state funerals, like official state funerals, and that was not in sync with the sentiment of both Haitians in Haiti, or a majority of Haitians in Haiti and a majority of Haitians in diaspora. And by uniting, they were able to get the government to back down on that initiative, because it's internationally known how ruthless regime the Duvalier had in Haiti, and how they've written a very dark chapter in our history. And for many people, gracing them with state funerals would have been like an insult, and for many people, they could not accept it. So the diaspora and the local communities in Haiti have basically joined together to push back that initiative, despite strong forces that were trying to push for it. So this is the kind of example where this kind of alliance between local and foreign communities works. But that being said, the diaspora also has a very positive influence in the sense that if we get them, and that's kind of the challenge, the main challenge that we're trying to get, because to address is that we want them to be more integrated into their communities. And because now we're developing tools that will allow them to express themselves, we hope that that will allow them to be better integrated and to be better spokesperson for us, and to try and influence, to be more organized as a community to try and influence policies towards Haiti. We're starting to see it, but we're trying to push further for that. Because what's happening in Haiti is both local policies and international policies, and sometimes people in Haiti, their sentiment, and I'm trying to convey it here for them, is that they're not really heard properly. So that's where this struggle is. That's the kind of struggle we're dealing with right now. But last thing I would say is that. And I say that like amused by times, but Haiti is the size of Haiti is 27,000 square kilometers, and it's a small island. But I always say, with the diaspora community we have, our frontiers have expanded way beyond that, and to the point that certain the Haitian community is very strong. For instance, in Bahamas, where it's almost overtaking the local population in terms of size. And we always consider Miami, especially Miami and New York, to be, but especially Miami, to be a suburb of Port-au-Prince in a sense. So because of constant, like, there are many flights to there, and people from Haiti go, like those that can will go to Haiti, to Miami very often. They sometimes have properties in Miami. They have businesses, and also we're looking at a shifting ground in terms of what this diaspora is and what they can achieve. So that's one of the challenges we have to deal with.
In the Philippines, we consider our diaspora as, the members of our diaspora as modern-day heroes. This is because of the critical role they play in the ongoing economic transformation of our country. In 2013, the Philippine economy grew 7.2% and was next only to China. And this was partly driven by remittances from our overseas Filipinos. Last year, they remitted a total of $21.5 billion, and half of this came from Filipinos based in the United States and Canada. So overseas Filipinos really play a very important role in the Philippines, and the Philippine government is quite sensitive to their needs. In fact, if I may recall, in the 1990s, several cabinet secretaries lost their jobs because they mishandled a case involving a Filipina who was executed in Singapore. And then in 2000, I think, the government of President Aquino was almost toppled because of issues involving a Filipino who was taken hostage in Iraq. So that's how sensitive the issue of overseas Filipinos are. So the challenge for us is how to tell our story effectively, how to tell our people overseas what the Philippine government is doing for them. And as I mentioned earlier, it was so difficult for us to really penetrate mainstream media, particularly here in the United States. So what we've been doing, taking into account the limited resources that our government has allocated for outreach, is to be creative. And based on our experience here in the United States, we have not really been reaching out the way we should. We've limited ourselves before to just issuing occasional press releases. We have been reactive than being proactive. We try to change that. So one way of doing that is for us to package our information in a way that would be interesting not only to readers but more importantly to editors and reporters. I was an editor in the 1990s, and I received a lot of government press releases, and the problem is these are not properly packaged, And even if I see that there's a good story there, I could not really use it right away. I have to put it aside and say, I'll work on this tomorrow. I'll have to rewrite it a bit, so it's gonna be interesting to readers. But most often it gets buried with other stories. So that's what we've been trying to do now, is to package them in such a way that reporters and editors would have no choice but to use them. We've also noticed that a number of Filipino-American publications don't have complete setup. They're mostly publishers and editors and a few writers, so they need a lot of materials. So we make sure that they get those materials, and we've also noticed that the lone TV station that caters to Filipinos in the United States does not have a correspondent here in Washington, for instance. So what we do is we do the videos for them, we interview the ambassador or other Filipino community leaders, and then just give it to them. So they've been using this extensively. And we also share those videos with Filipino TV stations. And then we also have to be experimental. So as I mentioned earlier, we tried to embrace new technology, and we've used also social media. We only used Twitter, I think, during the Boston Marathon bombing. We've noticed that Philippine-based media tend to call us every time there's an incident, earthquake, there's a hurricane, there's checking if there are Filipino casualties. So with that, we decided to just make sure that every time there's an incident, we just tweet that we're looking into it for possible Filipinos. So, and then they just do the stories based on a tweet or two, so we don't have to really prepare long press releases. We're looking forward to the mobile app I told you about earlier, because I think this would be one way for us to really connect the Philippine-American community with the Philippines. Because aside from the programming that we're working on here in the States, it connects them via Philippine-based radio stations that broadcast in various languages. So I think that would be one big attraction for members of our diaspora here.
I think in terms of challenges, I'll just focus on two, or we might be here through lunch. But with regard to engaging the diaspora community, really two things come to mind readily. One is that in working in a highly politicized and often insecure environment of post-conflict, diaspora tend to mobilize. Often it's the opposition or a defeated rebel or an ousted president, and then around that political figure, you'll have a community that's created. And when we do our political commentary and debate programs, it's easier for us to ensure balance on air when we have the participants in the room. It's much harder when those participants or opposition or opponents perhaps of a regime start to use the social media. And we've seen, we've had incidents of hate speech popping up on social media, and then of course when we try and redact those, there's a whole backlash to that on social media, attacking us for sort of manipulating the access to information. So it's a very delicate and very complex situation. We are, our radios and media are they're apolitical. We always ensure balance, and of course don't tolerate hate speech. So that's sort of the first thing is, you're in a very highly politicized and a very sort of insecure and quickly changing environment. That would be one of the first. And then the other is just knowing the entry point. So I'm delighted actually to discover that there are a few people in this room who might be that entry point, certainly to the diaspora in the United States. But when we're trying to engage and we want to have sort of legitimate voices from the diaspora, it's hard for our journalists in Kinshasa or Bamako or in Bangui to know where to turn. And so I think that's something I hope to take away today and be able to feed back into them. Thank you.
Great. So final question here, and then we're going to open it up to the audience. And the final question is, and maybe this is a little more optimistic rather than asking you about the challenges, but the opportunities of collaboration between NGOs, government, and private sector. And I think specifically, what do you see as the opportunities? But also, can you give us some best practices or some examples of especially effective collaborations? You're first again, Vanessa.
Yes, absolutely. We have it's essential for the type of work and the type of work that we would like to continue to engage with, to partner with NGOs and to partner with academic institutions, with the private sector, with these key actors that are able to assist us, and that we basically share the same objectives with them as well. We just achieve them through different routes, but we're practically looking for the same. One of the very positive experiences that we've had recently involves also one of our most prized or results that we've achieved also in this change that I was sharing with you in terms of how we are reaching our community. So last year we launched our application, our consular application called Mi Consul Mex, which is basically just roughly saying Mexican consulate in a short hashtag way. And the idea was just to basically put the information out there to members of our community to what our consulate is, the type of services it provides, the very basic but also the very complete and broad services and programs that they have. When President Obama announced the deferral of action for childhood arrivals, DACA, we had been working with many of the dreamer groups already in the United States. So when the stipulations came for this particular issue, what we did is used the information that we had and the contacts that we had, not only through the media outlets of the consulates in itself, but also of the very vast community network that we have through each community with Mexican community leaders, with religious organizations, etc., to put the message out there, and not only to inform them what DACA was going to imply, but also what it didn't imply, because immigration fraud was going to be, we could see it, that could really become an issue for members of our community. So we partner a lot with many of the dreamer national and local organizations throughout the country, and we eventually started to feed this information to our app. So if you were able, if you had questions regarding your eligibility for this program, you could, of course, go to the consulate, go to one of our partners' NGOs and ask them about it, or you can access that information through the app. This app has been downloaded a little bit over 100,000 times now, which has made us very, very proud, since it just practically became an idea in someone's office here at 1911 Pennsylvania Avenue, and with a very basic tools we were able to put it out there, but we're learning from other tools and other apps that are out there targeting diaspora that we want to, of course, to increase it and to enrich it. And even now, with possibly further initiatives or actions that are going to be involving the immigration subject, which, as you can imagine, is also very important for a lot of the members of our community here. We need to access also these tools. So smartphones will definitely play a part, and also in the sense of not only working with these organizations, but also seeing how we can be of assistance with the organization of NALEO as well, which is the National Association for Latino Elected Officials. We're also going to be engaging in an interesting campaign to promote citizenship in members of our community. There's approximately, I think it's 3.5 million Mexicans that have green cards that are eligible to acquire the U.S. citizenship, and a lot of the things that we are trying to assist is to let them know what are the process now if they do want to acquire the U.S. citizenship. Mexico accepts double citizenship since 1998. And it's something that we're always constantly trying to inform. So yes, I do see many more opportunities. We're very excited. I think that's the part that is most exciting about working with the Mexican community here and through our consulates, because there are just so many opportunities, so many potential actors that we can work with, that we're definitely excited about the possibility.
Well, in terms terms of opportunity that the diaspora is for Haiti, is like, I think it talks about the immediate moment and about the near future as well. The reason is, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, the diaspora is considered and is in fact the actual real middle class in Haiti. And that being said, they are sending massive, and for our scale in Haiti, they're sending massive amounts of money. In Haiti, it's estimated they're sending about $2 billion a year in Haiti, and it's increasing. So in that sense, it creates a lot of interest, a lot of business opportunities, and the problem that, and opportunity that we're looking at is that the diaspora, the Haitian diaspora needs to be more organized. So one of the things that happened is we're not, like, as the private sector or as a representative of the private sector, we're not the only ones seeing that there is an opportunity. The government in Haiti also has seen that and started putting regulation in place to start taxing the Haitian communities abroad. And it's targeted mainly at them by taxing, collecting taxes on international phone calls to Haiti, inbound phone calls in Haiti, and to remittances. And that has created a lot of frustration in Haiti. And the reason why it has, for the Haitian communities in the diaspora and in Haiti, but the reason why it frustrates the Haitian communities abroad, it's because they feel a bit like here, apparently in D.C., I think the slogan is taxation without representation. So we have the same thing. And, well, I'm considered to be now like a member of diaspora as well, and I can echo the sentiment in the sense that a lot of Haitians are like thinking about this problem as always requested that they have some sort of representation in Haitian parliament, which has its own challenges within the Haitian Constitution, which doesn't allow it yet. They've been pushing for reform. Constitution has been reformed, but that is quote unquote because there's still struggles, and now we'll land directly in big political struggle in Haiti because of that. So clearly, the opportunities will lay in regulation and what's going to happen to in future regulations in Haiti and abroad. Because I talked about representation in Haiti, but the Haitian diaspora is not a rich community, despite the fact that it is the middle class of Haiti. It tends to be one of the poorest communities in their host communities, regardless of being in Miami or New York or throughout the East Coast, Montreal, or in France. They always tend to be at the bottom of the ladder, and many people in think groups have been considering that they should probably also be more active in their political representation in their host communities to try to influence policies to allow them to have, I'd say, a lesser burden on their shoulders, because these communities are supporting communities in Haiti. So that means they're sacrificing their own resources here to support families and friends in Haiti. And if you ask any economist, they'll tell you it's not the best way to spend the money, in the sense that sending money for expenditures for basic needs it will be considered more of an expense than like an investment, because if they had bought, like, let's say, state funds in Haiti, that would have probably, or bonds in Haiti, that would have probably been more efficient on the long run, because most of the time the money doesn't stay in Haiti, it goes back out, because people will import things, will massively import everything in Haiti. So in that sense, what we're looking at is a void in terms of regulation to allow the money to properly be invested in Haiti and to allow growth in Haiti. So in that sense, that's why the lack of organization, due to the fact that, and it's due to the fact that most of the members of that community are struggling to keep up. They have to do 2-3 jobs, so they don't even have time to consider all these aspects. So they're just struggling to survive and try to send something to their family, and they're they're echoing, their political sentiment about things. So they want to stay connected. They want to be updated about what's going on in Haiti. So they're always taken, always busy, no time to even step back to say, okay, what are we going to do? So that really weakens the community in this sense. So that's why, like, I don't look at the dark side of that. I think that my generation, because my anecdote is, and I always tend to tell people, is that 15 years ago, I would not have been able to have that discussion with you. Because 15 years ago, I did not speak English well enough to understand or to speak to you. So I think many people that are either watching this or that are, like, here maybe could relate to that. But in a sense, I believe my generation and the generation that comes afterwards will have the opportunity to take on the lead and to be better integrated in the communities, their host communities, and influence policies in the sense that will improve the quality of life for their peers in Haiti. So that's what we're looking at. And the good news is that I'm not the only one to have followed that path. Many of my friends are like that have been raised with in Haiti or in the big centers of the world. They have friends that work directly in Haiti that are now in London, that are now in Paris, and throughout the States, and that have started to have really influential position. And we're trying to now get these positions to be beneficial to the Haitian community, both abroad and in Haiti. So I'm optimistic. I'm an optimistic person. I think there are great opportunities laying ahead. And so far, people have also been able to influence regulations and policies at their level. Lately, one anecdote I could tell you about is there was the voice over IP gate, where a company in Haiti, a major carrier, said that they would block voice over IP apps because they consider they're losing revenue on international money. And when the Haitian community in Haiti and abroad, who were both affected by that, decided to strike back by protesting, by starting to petitioning and really expressing their anger, they had to back down. So basically, we're seeing the birth of this influence, of this articulated community, but we just need to be more organized.
Like the Mexican embassy, the Philippine embassy and its 7 consulates general in the United States have been working closely with NGOs to address issues involving the Filipino diaspora here in the United States. We've worked with NGOs and the U.S. government in immigration reform issues, including DACA. We've worked with them on human trafficking and also on humanitarian issues. In addition to NGOs, we've also partnered with the private sector. And as I have been mentioning earlier on, we partnered with Audrey last year. We were approached immediately after Typhoon Haiyan struck the Philippines, and as most of you know, it was one of the most devastating storms that have hit the planet. They approached us to seek our assistance to link up Philippine broadcast stations. I think this is based on the experience of Haiti, where they would link the diaspora to home and put them in a position to assist. So we did, but we also did more than that. So based on the Call to Listen platform that they were offering Philippine broadcast stations, we saw an opportunity for the embassy to reach out to the diaspora here. So we asked them if they could do one for the embassy, and they did. And we launched what we call Radyo Tambuli in April. And we've been, as I've said, we've been reaching out to our community based on that. And we're developing that mobile app, and one critical function of that app is the ability for the diaspora to extend assistance to the Philippines using a donation platform. The Philippines is in the Pacific Ring of Fire, and we get struck by 20 typhoons every year. And with Haiyan being called the new normal, we expect to be hit by similar storms in the near future. So that's one example of a good partnership with the private sector, also taking into account the fact that we have very limited resources to be able to come up with our own virtual radio station. So I think that's a successful partnership that could also be copied by others.
Thank you. There's enormous potential for greater partnership and investment in the diaspora as individuals or through investment mechanisms and tools, funds in independent professional broadcasting in certainly in Africa where I'm most familiar, but throughout the developing world. These are vibrant startups that have a huge following. You know, you look at the figures just for in Radio in Luka in Central African Republic, 85% of the population is tuning in every day. So huge potential to engage the private sector in investment, and we really are just at the very beginning of that. And I think that that's something that I'd like to see. Certainly, we talk about this today being coming out with some actionable points, and I think coming up with some ideas on how to pursue greater investment as on an individual level from Diaspora, but also through investment funds into some of these independent, vibrant media that are being created around the world.
Right, we're actually exactly on time. I don't know how you do it, Lisa. We're going to open up to questions. We have about 25 minutes here. There are people streaming, watching online, so we're going to pass around microphones. So I'll call on someone and ask the hard questions, but make sure it's a question for our panelists. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Safili, a student of Dubai University, Virginia, and I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa. I wish to express my profound thanks and appreciation to the organizers and for me to be part of this. International Diaspora Engagement Alliance. Ebola will finish. Children have to go back to school. I was a teacher before coming to this country. I taught chemistry during the 15 years. In 1961, the United States government was providing food for us when I was in elementary school. For 10 years, all the children went back to school. My question is for you. You have been in Africa, and you're in Africa. How will this organization help these children go back to school?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah. How will they go back to school? Now we have Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea. The children should go back to school. And if the body and the mind is being fed, let's say all the schools, all the primary schools, all the secondary school children, they know that there is food. As during my own time, the state was providing food. So all of us knew that time in the 60s, in the 70s, as we hear that lunchtime, the bell ranks, we all go back with our plate, we stand in the line. And we are well fed. The 12:30, we go back to class happy. We sing throughout the day because we are well fed. Now Ebola will go. But how will my brothers and sisters go back to school after the Ebola? I was a teacher, and I'm coming to this class to teach with an empty stomach. The children sit before me with a prayer so poor. But if food and all schools throughout Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea, they have proper toilet facilities, this act will be so this is what, how are you going to help this? This is my question.
Thank you. Sierra Leone is very close personally to my own heart. I've spent 3 years setting up Cotton Tree News and still have a large staff in Sierra Leone. Just this morning I received news of the death of a colleague from Ebola who was a community health outreach person. We're really working around the clock to raise some funds for our operation in Guinea and in Sierra Leone. And these are critical operations that need funds. Someone said to me yesterday, how can it be that you're looking for funds? There's so much money going towards Ebola. Well, very little has actually reached the operations on the ground. There's a huge disconnect there. And so it's something that has been a focus, very personally for me. I taught up at Fort Bay College. My children taught as volunteers in community schools throughout the country. So we're really familiar with the challenges of education, of educating the young people, of providing toilet facilities. It sounds kind of silly, but toilets in school are really important. You see a lot of girls dropping out at 14 because there are no separate toilets for them. So these are really important questions. As a media practitioner, we operate from the conviction that access to information can improve the lives of a population. It can give a population the tools to overcome post-conflict challenges, to development, and to address the challenges of their own social, economic, and political development and evolution. So that's, we play a small part, obviously, in a much larger sort of theory of change, but we do believe that access to information is critical for a population. We aren't there to tell people how to behave. We're there to provide the information and provide a platform for individuals, for civil society, for the elected officials to interact with the population in a way that helps really further a much more authentic democratic engagement within the population. In terms of perhaps addressing the Ebola and education as much as I can, I was in contact yesterday with the head of the Mass Communications Department at Fort Bay College. Our operation, we made a decision in Sierra Leone to actually build our radio at Fort Bay College. Fort Bay College is the oldest English-speaking university in sub-Saharan Africa. It was also, the scene of much sort of political unrest over the years. Sierra Leone is not unique in post-conflict countries in Africa in that it has a very young population. I think the average age is about 17 and a half. And we felt it was important to engage young people in this process and in building our media. So we actually built a media around young university students and young graduates. And it very quickly, within 4 months, became the most popular source of news in the country. So huge success, and I think we've been using the radio as a tool for education. A lot of students don't have access to secondary school, could only dream of attending the university in Sierra Leone, but are still trying to further their education. Many are farmers, some have their own little businesses, so we do a lot of programming around creating your business, accessing capital, agricultural processes, and so the radio has really become a tool to supplement the education. One of my dreams is to see that actually become a tool for younger students, and how can you further reading and so forth through the radio. So I'm sorry I can't answer all of your questions, but we are working in Sierra Leone and of course in neighboring Guinea. We were in Liberia since 1997. So Huron Dallas really found itself at the center of the response to Ebola.
Thank you. I'm Annette Lavoie with Appleseed, and I appreciate the mention of many of you about the importance of remittances and the role they play back home. I wonder, we have new rights in the United States, new consumer protections for diaspora members who send money home that provide cost information and fee information up front, et cetera. So I wonder if you all could address if this information is getting to the diaspora and back home, and if this is, how we can speak through the media to inform both senders and receivers of the new consumer protections.
I think this question resonates directly with the Haitian community, for sure. The reason is that it's the first time I hear about this, personally, and that is great. Right now, I know of a class action suit that some Haitians in Boston area, if I'm not mistaken, have intended against the Haitian government because basically apparently, and from literature that was available about it, what the government of Haitian is doing by taxing the international remittance is considered to be, and I'll quote unquote it, racket. And what they're considering is because the tax has been levied without the approval from the parliament in Haiti, it has been done unilaterally, and still right now it's debated whether or not it is legal to even have that tax on international remittances, has led of like the consideration of several class action suits against the Haitian government. Now, this kind of consumer protection would very likely be of use to the Haitian community in giving them kind of leveraging power, because I don't think, like, basically the Haitian community abroad is not against being taxed for education, which is the claim that has been made. The tax is initially for funding education, except that right now it goes into a black hole. Nobody knows what it's being done with the money. Nobody knows how it's handled, how it's managed, and not even the Haitian parliament knows, because the Haitian parliament would counter the executive branch in Haiti, a bit like Congress here would do with the executive. So it's definitely something that would be an extra tool to the Haitian community, or a very important tool, I should say, so that they can negotiate with the Haitian government as to what is being done with the money. We need accountability, where it's going, what it's doing with, and to know that the tax collected on the Haitian diaspora community is well utilized and is going to the proper destination.
Anyone else want to field that?
It's the first time I heard of it too. But as far as I know, that income earned by Filipinos abroad is not taxed. So when they send remittances, they just pay the transfer fee and that's it. So we'd like to know more about that and work with you there.
Wonderful.
You should leave some cards up here for us.
And Mexico?
We actually have a very interesting arrangement directly with the Federal Reserve. We have a program with them called Directo a México, in which we are able to link practically our central banks in order for there to be much more assurance and security for the types of transactions that are sent. There were in the past situations in which private companies or just private businesses were not necessarily keeping their end of their bargain, and well, I guess the word would be stealing or withholding the funds from the migrants here. And there were a lot of transaction costs that were not implied, and I think that a lot of what we attempted to do was to not tell them this is the only one that you can use, but to tell them this is an option that has been arranged by both the U.S. and the Mexican government, and there are other options as well that you can use. A lot of course, very large commercial banks have develop very specific programs, I think, for remittances between the U.S. and other countries, Mexico being one of them. And we only just put to their attention that they need to be careful when they engage in these. So I think that it would be essential to transmit these type of informations to make sure that they are receiving them in Spanish, in our case particularly, because sometimes, yeah, even though there is still a lot of information already that is bilingual, not many of them reaches them as fast as we would like. So this, for me, would be perhaps another example of a very attractive and potential collaboration that we would have in a very also relevant subject for us. Thank you.
Great. I'm Amanda
Amanda Bergson-Shilcock from the Welcoming Center for New Pennsylvanians in Philadelphia. I have a quick answer and then a question. So the answer is that last year when the Consumer Financial Protection Board announced the new remittance protections, we did a bulletin to 8,000 immigrant subscribers in the Philadelphia region, letting them know of these new resources in English, French, Spanish, Tagalog, and Chinese. So my question is what the consulates, particularly the Mexican and Filipino consulates that are represented on stage here, are doing to interact with the community-based organizations that are key intermediaries to reach immigrant communities.
Well, if I may, I think that one of the things that we joke while working at a consulate is pretty much saying that we work from Monday to Sunday, and we really don't have any type of time off, because there is always something that can be done, and projects like the one that you described are fit exactly to the type of activities that we want to do, and the type of information that we want to pass along our community networks. So in this case, what we would practically do is to ensure that that type of information is at the consulate. These are things that, even though we do need to run them by our central offices, when there is information that this is not necessarily advertising a private business, we are able to have it there. We can also discuss it through the particular media channels that each consulate has, which can be also through a radio station, through a local community magazine or newspaper, and of course also through their Twitter and their Facebook accounts. And to make sure that also in community events or in activities where we are inviting the community, perhaps for those type of organizations or offices to be present. I had a fantastic experience with these type of things when I was in Los Angeles, and we were able to really host very eclectic information fairs from everything that you could imagine, even to sports, and of course where you could get maybe Zumba classes because health is so important. But it was very great to see that many of us we want the information to give our community, and these partners have it, and they're wanting to see how they transmit it. So I think that is the reason why we are become natural allies in order to pass this information here. So we're happy to know that is occurring at that particular city. Thank you.
We will do basically the same as the Mexicans would. In addition, we have regular interactions with the Filipino community in the Metro DC area, as well as our consulates U.S.-wide. In addition to that, we have regular outreach programs where we send a consular team to other areas of the United States under our jurisdiction. So we regularly engage our community, and we could amplify information that they would need to make them better informed.
Hi, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon already. I'm Marini from Malaysia. I'm from a government agency that looks at the talent agenda for Malaysia. And one of the functions that we do is to engage with the Diaspora board. We're not like Philippines or Mexico where they have a lot of almost 10% of populations abroad. We only have about 4% of our Malaysians abroad. And I just want to get some, perhaps from Vanessa and Alma, about your experience. I know Alma mentioned about you provide content for materials and content for communities here. And because you're from the government agency and I'm the same as well, one of our challenges is to be perceived to remain neutral in terms of the content that we provide. More often than not, our diaspora here have different political opinions than those back home. So usually the news or the information that they find from the media and the news are politically inclined. So I was just wondering, how do you remain neutral when you provide that those content and material? And do you use a third party to do that, or do you think that you just providing content would suffice? My second question is about investment and funding. I know a lot of the panelists spoke about investment and funding. In Malaysia, even though we're neighbors to Philippines, I think we're blessed that we don't have any natural disasters. So not a lot of the funds and investments coming inwards to Malaysia are based on humanitarian funds. So we're looking more to find a common interest where the Malaysians abroad could then pull out some funds or investment funds to perhaps do startups, or startups is big in Malaysia now, innovative startups as well as social entrepreneurship. So from your experience, from the panelists, I know usually the government agencies that look at investments are usually the big tickets projects and not so much on individual diasporas. So how do you get, like Harold say, to organize the diaspora community in order to come up with perhaps a platform or a fund that everyone can commit to, same like invested.org is trying to do, but you're more on a global thing, but this is more on a diaspora perhaps platform. Have you done that before? And if you have, can you just share it with us? Thank you so much. 2 questions.
I can quickly take it. I'll start with the second question. We actually do have a program. It's a very exciting program, and unfortunately, I think the time would allow me to explain it further. But it's a program that was developed almost 10 years ago called 3x1, 3 times 1. So this program basically works through the coming together of members of a particular community, hometown associations, which are some of the main nuclear community diaspora actors in the United States for here and for Mexico. So many of these hometown associations were getting together to organize social or cultural events, to raise funds and send it back to their communities in Mexico to assist in reconstructing a hospital or a school or some other type of necessity. And they were doing this out of their own initiative. So what we were able to do as a government was to then assist them in channelizing those funds into a greater investment and to provide them also additional resources for these type of projects. So the main 3 times 1, it sounds weird to say it in English. So the purpose of this is to basically tell you as a hometown association, let's say that you raise $2,000. The program will then match those funds. The local authorities, the state authorities, and the federal authorities will match the amount that you raise, and then you will then have a larger amount, even though technically it's not 3 times 1, it's actually 4. It's a matching funding program sponsored by the government. So, and this occurs through our National Development Social Ministry. And this has been impressive in the results that it's had. This is one of the programs that I was able to implement a lot in Los Angeles, and it also worked a lot to bring the community together and to organize them. Because once they started to see that the projects that they wanted to fund were the ones that were able to fund, the government only provides the funding, and the technical expertise, but it's in this case the migrants, the hometown associations that decide where they want to invest their money. There is a lot of information I can actually share with you. We work a lot with the UN and with the Inter-American Development Bank for that. So it's been a very successful program for us. We have to work together, which also makes it a very, very strong, important program to us, because they are the ones that come together and that approach us and telling us, in my particular community, I want to, for instance, open another health clinic. And we simply let them know what the regulations are in terms of in a very bureaucratic manner, what is the paperwork that they need to follow to file, and once they have the resources, then they are the ones actually in charge of the program, but they have to do it with us. But they're the ones that have more control of the project. So this is also another example that we have shared in the sense of how we work together and how migrants do actually work with the 3 levels of government in Mexico, and there have been some very fantastic results with that program.
For radio station in the embassy, we try to limit it to content that, only good news. We try to avoid political stories. we also try to give focus to stories that would unite the Philippine diaspora, like the ongoing issues in the South China Sea, for instance. We try to keep them abreast of developments taking place there so that they would know what's happening. In terms of the materials that we send out to Philippine American media and also Philippine-based media, we try to be objective as much as possible when we present the news. We write it the way a reporter would, so that when he sees it, he immediately knows there's a story there, and he would just rewrite it a bit. So we also try to avoid hard sell. So it's not propaganda once they get it. So that's how we've been doing it.
Could I actually mention that very quickly, because it would be important for me to mention that. As embassies and consulates, we're completely apolitical. So we are not able to engage in any type of political debate. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs represents the current administration, but not the political party. So
I understand we have the same things wrong, but the perceived thing from the diaspora here is that when it comes from the embassy, it has to be skewed to one opinion. So to find that neutrality, I was just wondering, how you test it. I understand that you're apolitical, but
no, I would say that it's a tough question, and I understand what you mean. I think that a lot of what I've seen, for instance, when I worked in a consulate, is basically the trust that you're able to establish with your community, and that the type of activities or the programs, for instance, that we want to bring them has no type of gain whatsoever for us, but to assure that they have a better quality of life and that they are more empowered or whatever to continue to find their integration in their current communities. But I can understand that it's a complicated one, and it's not necessarily an easy one as well, especially when elections come around, and for instance, Mexicans are able to vote abroad, and they're the ones that actually become very, very political. We just stand back. but yeah, that's a tough one.
I think we are exactly on time here again, so I think Liesel's tight ship is run its course here. Liesel, do you want me to say anything in terms of, I would like to thank the panel, and I'd like to thank the audience as well.
Weren't they a great panel? Yeah. They were really great. Thank you all very much. It's interesting. One of the audience members was on Twitter while the panel was speaking and was saying it's interesting to see how many times when we talk about diaspora communities, we use the word scattered, but also how often we use the important word of connectedness. And that's really what this event is really all about, speaking about how we can better connect with the diaspora and connect with one another. And with that, I want to make sure that all of you that are out there in social media are aware of a couple of things. One, we do have a hashtag running on Twitter for this specific event, and it is GDMF14 for Global Diaspora Media Forum 14. Also, for all of the Global Diaspora events that we're having this week for Global Diaspora Week, there is hashtag GDW14 for Global Diaspora Week 14. Oh, sorry, I'm being corrected, GDW 2014. But the GDMF14 is correct. So, also, I want to let you know that the State Department is also tweeting about all these events. You can always catch them at the handle Diaspora at State. Also, the Calvert Foundation's Idea Network at Diaspora Idea. Also at Audio Now. We also have at GW Business, and you can even look for me specifically. As you might imagine, I'm always tweeting about diaspora things. At Liesel Riddle, that is LIESLRIDDLE. Now, this is the part in the program now where we are hoping that you all will connect with one another. We do have lunch waiting for you outside those doors. You can also go outside. It's a lovely venue out there, and I think the day is clearing, so hopefully you can enjoy the great view here that is the City View Room, and connect with one another, connect out there on social media, engage with our live audience out there on the internet. But do come back for the afternoon, because we have quite a treat for you. We have David Enzer, the Director of Voice of America, who will be our afternoon keynote. I'll be leading a very exciting panel on leveraging diaspora capital. And then last, we'll conclude our day with a panel about how to converse with the diaspora, transnational sociocultural engagement, through media. So please enjoy your lunch, and I will call us right back at the end of the lunch period around 12:50. Thank you very much.
They get our post-transaction. They use for And I guess, I mean, I've been working with TC and the CFPB since 2010, when we passed the law to get the word out. It's part of the next 7 languages. I guess.
And then I'm in a sales car and here, and I have my kid in my chair. So if you want to take that
Thank you.
All right, great, thank you so much. I'd like to call the audience back into the room if possible. I know it's hard, it's such a beautiful day out there, but we do like to get started.
Just give me 1 second.
We'd like to welcome all of you back for our very exciting afternoon agenda. As I mentioned before, we'll follow a similar format for the afternoon. We are going to have an opening keynote here for the afternoon session, and then we're going to have two panels, both looking at engaging with diasporas through economic lenses as well as for sociocultural purposes. It's my great pleasure now to turn the mic over to the CEO of one of our co-sponsors, Audio Now. Alon Budinger is the CEO of Audio Now, and he will introduce our keynote speaker this afternoon from Voice of America.
Thanks. Thank you.
The ABC Evening News, and there would be David Enser from everywhere in the world. And I remember watching David saying, boy, this is so interesting, the life of a foreign correspondent. And when I met David again for the first time a few months ago, I was actually quite moved, because sometimes in life certain people have a really big influence on your life, and they don't know it when it's, they don't realize they're creating that impact. The Voice of America really stands alone. It's head and shoulders above any global broadcaster that we work with and we know when it comes to connecting to diaspora communities. I know this because we work with some of the largest broadcasters in the world. And to give you a sense of how the Voice of America has impacted its role in reaching diaspora communities, I was telling a short little story about outside that some of you may already have heard. When I was a little boy, I grew up all over the world, in the Middle East and Western Europe. My dad worked for a very large American company. We would travel and move to different countries. And I remember as a little boy, the thing that I found the most exciting moment of the day was going to bed at night after having adjusted to different languages, different schools, kind of feeling a little bit like an outsider. I was effectively an American diaspora member living all over the world. And I really wanted to feel that connection to home. And I would listen to the Voice of America late at night. And Doug Boynton, who is the director of marketing for the Broadcasting Board of Governors, and I joke about this, the show I used to listen to, which was Willis Conover's Jazz Hour. And I know Doug is a big jazz aficionado, as am I, and it used to really give me goosebumps, and I thought, oh, I could connect back home, back to the United States. Well, today, chances are, if you're a member of the diaspora living in the United States or in many parts of the world, when you want to be connected back to the country of where you were born, and chances are you'll probably be listening to the Voice of America. That is a real big sea change. That just doesn't happen. And it's a testament to how the Voice of America has remained flexible under David's leadership. Every month on Audio Now alone, to give you an example, we connect just under 1 million sessions of diaspora communities that call to listen, to hear radio content in their own language. Now, Voice of America has a little secret sauce. They can do this because they are a nonprofit, and being a nonprofit in the world of public media has its advantages. You can really get into the human side of what it means to be a member of the diaspora community. So I've heard VOA broadcasts that talk about crop yields and life in the mountains of Afghanistan, and those are stories that really, really resonate with diaspora communities. So it's no accident that the Voice of America has really taken a front row seat in the importance of connecting with diaspora markets all over the world. David really needs no introduction. If you have the brochure, you can see his remarkable history. As I said, he's the 28th director of the Voice of America. Each week there are almost 140, maybe a little more than 140 million listeners that connect all over the world. In his history, David in the 70s was a reporter for National Public Radio. He covered the White House and foreign policy. In the 80s and 90s, when I was so moved by the work he did, he was a correspondent for ABC News. In the 90s and to 2006, he was a reporter for CNN covering national security issues. He's seen it all. He's seen the breakup of the Soviet Union, the end of communism. He's traveled with the Pope. He's a seasoned war correspondent who reported on wars in Central America, Eastern Europe, Chechnya, Afghanistan, and I may be going out on a limb, but I'd say he probably speaks more languages than just about anyone in the room, and he's also a proud UC Berkeley alum, as am I. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome David Ensler.
Once from Berkeley, always from Berkeley. Well, let me start by saying what a pleasure it is to be here today with you all, and how much I feel at home with this kind of audience. After all, for the last 3 years now, I've had the honor to lead the Voice of America, which is probably the largest diaspora organization in the federal government. If I could transport you I can practically see the building from here. If I could transport you all over there right now, I think you'd enjoy walking in our corridors, where you would see 50 radio studios, somewhere between 12 and 15 TV studios, depending on who's counting, and more than 60 websites being run out of the building. Since we broadcast in 45 languages, the chances are pretty good that you would run into someone speaking the language your mother taught you if it isn't English, and certainly we do English as well. It's fun over there. On any given week, it's usually somebody's national day that week, and they're serving their national dish. So it's quite a good place to be for lunch, too, sometimes. One of the major challenges facing VOA, though, is ignorance in this country over what VOA really is and how effective it is. When I tell people I'm the director of the Voice of America, how do you do? Older people have a tendency to say, really? That place still exists? I thought that was a Cold War institution. And younger people say, what's that? So, but what I find that first and second generation Americans, recent immigrants to this country, you almost always know what VOA is. And many of you know firsthand, having seen or heard our broadcasts back home. Remember the story a few months ago now about the Somali boy who stowed away on the flight from California to Hawaii in the jet? Well, soon after that news broke, U.S. media outlets located the boy's father, and then were all trying to get him to give them an interview and tell them the story behind the story. He refused. And then he got a call from someone from the VOA Somali service, someone he knew back in the day, someone he trusted and listened to on the radio. He couldn't say no to him. So through the Voice of America's interview with the father, the world learned the story behind the story of this extraordinary survival adventure that this young teenage boy had. Everyone had to quote us because there was no other interview. And by the way, we checked with the boy's father again last week. I had the checking done for this so I could update you all. And he's doing well. He's in 11th grade. He's living with his cousins in Minneapolis, which is a very Somali thing to do. And here's a classic American twist. We asked the father for an updating interview, like, what's happening? Can we have it on camera? Let's have an interview for our service. And he said, I'd love to, but I really can't because we're doing a book and our agents told us not to do interviews till time. So, I think this family's going to do just fine. I seem to get the idea here. And my point by telling that story is this. For VOA, what goes on in the diaspora communities in this country is news. It's part of the story of America that we want to share with our global audience. So Persian Americans, Chinese Americans, Nigerian, Haitian, you all know how valuable that is. For the price of about 2 F-35 fighter jets, around $200 million, VOA reaches, and actually this is an update on the 140, we now reach 164 million people a week. We've got new numbers coming out soon, which I think will show even better reach. That's a lot of bang for the buck. For less than $2 per person per year, we reach 164 plus million people. Nonetheless, VOA is sometimes a tough sell on Capitol Hill, where our money comes from. Because, as I mentioned, most Americans know relatively little about us. And of course, our audience overseas doesn't vote here. But that's where you all come in, because you do, in most cases, vote here. And you know how important VOA can be to the folks back home. Right now, for example, as I speak, we're helping save lives in West Africa with reliable information on the radio and the television from the United States Center for Disease Control and other American experts about Ebola, with in-depth reporting on where the disease is most prevalent and on how to avoid getting the disease. We're reporting on how to avoid catching or spreading Ebola, and what is America doing to help? And as you all probably know, there are plans the President has made to send as many as 3,000 troops to Liberia soon. Hundreds are already there building hospitals. Now, our audience in Africa and elsewhere is, as I speak, growing exponentially because of a number of things, but I want to talk right now for a minute about one of them, one of the most important. And it's a development that is changing our business, and I have it in my pocket, and so do you probably, these things. In Nigeria, as in Cambodia, as in Afghanistan, people are skipping the landline and going straight to the mobile phone. In a recent survey of 24 countries, in 20 of them, 75% or more said they have one of these. And this is where our business is going. I served as a diplomat in Afghanistan before coming here to serve at the VOA, and I can tell you that even the goat herds have cell phones in Afghanistan, and they would rather go hungry than not pay the $2 a month to keep that thing going. 36% of all our visitors to VOA websites now use a mobile device to log on. And some of our services, the mobile device has already passed the desktop as a way to reach people. Over time, we expect it to do so in just about every single language. Our Hausa service, which houses the language of northern Nigeria and Niger, it recently became our largest language service in terms of digital reach. This was about 2 weeks ago. At the moment, it's even bigger than English, which is second. The reason is because we put some extra resources into trying to reach people in a customized, targeted way in that particular market. Our new special mobile website for Hausa, which is called Dandelion, is currently averaging around 4 million monthly visits. Dandelion even has journalists who do nothing but report for presentation on mobile phones and tablets. They're not radio reporters or TV reporters, they're mobile phone reporters. And they do journalism specifically targeting and aimed at the needs and desires of the people of northern Nigeria and Niger. Dandelion allows us to go live anytime with breaking news instantly to all of those phones. We can update our audience instantly with the latest on the Ebola epidemic. We can report instantly on the whereabouts of the latest attacks by Boko Haram, the terrorist group. That's the group that some of you may recall not long ago kidnapped hundreds of schoolgirls and are still rampaging through northern Nigeria, terrorizing a swath of that part of the world. But people up there are tuning in to us through Dandelion. It's direct, it's nimble, and it can be tailored to specific markets and demographics. So whether it's on the mobile phone, as I just mentioned, or good old shortwave radio, which is where we started back in 1942, or on satellite television, as we do to many markets now, or on Facebook or Twitter, VOA is a vital national asset. Not only because it responds with reliable information to terrorism, but because it responds to the expanding threat of fundamentalist Muslim terrorism in Iraq and Syria and the rest of the Middle East. Because it responds to the Russian annexation of Crimea and the threats to the integrity of Ukraine. And because it responds to the threat of instability in the South China Sea and to the tense nuclear negotiations with Iran. Our parent organization, which is called the Broadcasting Board of Governors, and they're the ones who appointed me, that organization funds audience research, which is done by companies such as Gallup and Intermedia, and that tells us how we're doing in terms of reach and, to some degree, impact. That research indicates, for example, that 24%, almost a quarter of TV viewers in Iran watch at least one VOA television show each week. And that's even though the satellite dishes that are used to watch us are technically illegal. The Chinese government heavily censors media, but I'm pleased to report that even in China, VOA stock is rising. VOA Mandarin broadcasts 2 hours of daily original television news and information via VOA satellite TV and 6 hours of original radio news programs via shortwave, and we have a number of new creative digital products as well. Some blogs and reports that sometimes go viral behind the Great Firewall, reaching millions of people. The latest information we have, and this is sort of this just in, we got it last week, it gives VOA an audience in China of, per year, of 24.3 million people, which is 8 times the amount that we were reaching in 2009, when the survey was last done. During the recent pro-democracy demonstrations in Hong Kong, that I think many people around the world have been watching with great interest, VOA's Weishi channel, its satellite channel, has been doing what CNN and other television networks, with due respect to them, could not. We've been broadcasting live pictures of the demonstrations to millions of living rooms in mainland China, with information in Mandarin about what was happening. At VOA, we stick to the old-fashioned journalistic goals, and we have a charter that the Congress passed that gives us those in some very good, clear language. We stick to the old-fashioned goals of balance, objectivity, and comprehensiveness, but we're platform agnostic. Who knows where the human communications revolution that we're all living in the middle of right now is going to go next? The internet has already made all of our language services available to anyone on earth, including here in the United States, by the way, where until last year it was technically illegal for us to distribute our programming. But there it was on the internet for all to see. Technical advances had gotten ahead of the law. And So thankfully, last year, Congress recognized this and made some changes in a bill called a law called the Smith-Mundt Act, which now allow us to make our programming available to American broadcasters and others, academic institutions, if they request us to give it to them. Now, we don't spend a single dollar on programming to the United States. That's not our mission. But if someone asks for a program, we are able to give it to them. And so for the first time in its 72-year history, VOA broadcasts are now officially available inside the United States. And as this audience knows, many people in diaspora communities want to hear the news in their own language. And now we're able to provide it. And this is made even easier through an agreement VOA reached a few months ago with Audio Now, which is one of the sponsors of this conference, and so kindly introduced me. Alan introduced me. The new agreement that we have builds upon one we already had for a couple of years now. It's an arrangement whereby people around the world, everywhere but until recently in the United States, can basically call a phone number, an access number provided by Audio Now to hear VOA programming. How popular is it? Well, as Elon mentioned, pretty popular. I've got a slightly different example. The Somali diaspora in Canada, Norway, and Sweden, correct me if I'm wrong, have been listening to VOA programs on their phones through Audio Now for several years now. And in the month of April alone, Audio Now tracked over 500,000 calls to its two phone numbers for VOA Somali in Canada. So that's just one example of the kind of impact that this partnership allows us to have. We expect major audiences. We have already audiences and expect them to grow in Amharic, in Haitian Creole, in Vietnamese, and in many others. And it's as simple as it could be. You just dial a U.S. area code and a 7-digit number and you hear the audio from VOA radio or television programming. Not only does VOA tell the story of America, it tells stories of peoples around the world. We like to say that we export the First Amendment. We also inform, engage, and connect people worldwide, which is the, if you will, the mantra, the mission of the Broadcasting Board of Governors. And if there's one thing that history has reminded us of, just recently, recent history, it is that working to help solve the world's problems and to meet U.S. national security interests requires more than hard power. It requires the power of ideas, the power of free speech, and it has never required it more than it does now. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take some questions if you'd like. Shall I just point? Please, ma'am. Yeah. Do you want to do a microphone, or how do you, I don't know how you.
Hi, my name is Claire Jimenez. I'm a GW alumni and I work as a producer at the Associated Press here in DC. Could you tell us a bit more about your reporting work in Africa with the Ebola virus and the way that the virus is reported in West Africa, how it is different there than the way we're reporting it in the U.S.?
We have some very courageous journalists in Liberia and recently in Sierra Leone and Guinea who are trying to report firsthand on exactly what is happening and on the human tragedy, frankly, that's unfolding in those countries. It's very dangerous work, but we try to take as much care as we can, and they do as well. But it's such an important human story with so many implications that we've done some sort of frontline journalism, if you will. If you go on our website, go on voanews.com and type in Ebola and go to our Ebola page, you'll see some really striking video pieces reporting right from where the disease is in fact taking hundreds of people away each day. We are making plans to report heavily on the growing presence of Americans in the Monrovia area as the president builds up our presence there. There's already a couple of hundred people, and then we've done some reporting about the first hospital that's being built, but we're going to want to be on the ground for a sustained period of months, if not years, to report on the U.S. effort to reach out. And we did one story last week, which was picked up. The BBC called me and said, could they run it? And I said, yes. Then ARD in Germany called and said, could they run it? And I said, yes. And then CCTV called and said, could they run it? And I said, yes, but you can't edit it. So some of our reporting is actually reaching beyond our audiences, which are already substantial in West Africa, and going global, if you will. We obviously have strong audiences in Africa. More than 35% of our total audience is in Africa, and much of the growth potential for VOA is probably in Africa as well. And we broadcast not just in English or French or Swahili, but also in Bambara and Sango and a variety of local languages, indigenous languages. So we reach a lot more people than some of the other international broadcasters are able to do through that means. We do public service announcements about health safety measures that people can take to try to minimize the danger to them and their families. And we're going to try to do more of that, and we're talking to the other broadcasters about how we can work together on it and try to make 2 + 2 = more than 4. So there's a lot of work going on this. This is not a short-term project or a story that will go away, I'm afraid, unfortunately. We're looking at an expanding epidemic in West Africa, and obviously, as I'm sure you're seeing in the media here, the disease is not confined to West Africa and can't be. So it's an enormous human story with global implications, and that's the way we're treating it at Voice of America. Please.
Good evening. My name is Bashir Bandhan from Mali. We are planning, last week we were plan to mount a campaign for VOA to have programs in Fulani and to lobby you. Now I have you in front of me. I'm putting the request here because Fulani was supposedly spoken by around 7 million Africans. And Hausa is blended to Fulani, so it's a good reach. And in Guinea, it's the dominant language, especially with Ebola. So I'm putting the request here, and I'll follow up with your staff. Thank you.
Okay. Help me find some funds. Please.
Well, my name is Harold Isaac. I was on the panel earlier, and a long-time listener of VOA in Haiti, maybe a quick parenthesis to say that it was, I would consider it like as a beacon of light when we were like in dark times in dictatorship. A lot of people were referring to VOA to have the news from like the world when the dictatorships were trying to shut down all the free press in Haiti. Now, considering today, like if we fast forward to today, and we'll look at the shifting landscape of the diaspora here, let's say in the U.S., one thing I feel lacking personally from my standpoint is that there is no reflective media of the reality of diaspora here. There's not like a media that goes across the board. And when you said the change in the regulation that would allow you to broadcast to communities here, I feel like being a broadcaster myself, but I feel you being a broadcaster as well, without money right now, right? So despite the fact that you were looking for funds, is that something that you consider in near future that you will have programs that will be reflective of the realities of diasporas living in the U.S.? For me, what pertains to me would be the Haitian community, but I guess it would apply to the other communities as well.
Well, thanks for that question. That I'm aware of, there are about a dozen radio stations in the United States that now broadcast VOA programming in Haitian Creole, and it's all come just very recently. And then, of course, there's the Audio Now audience, which is growing rapidly as well. It's a very important community for us. We've tried to serve it just as well as we could, given the funds we have. I think we have a very strong Creole service, and we're proud of it. In terms of the diaspora communities writ large, not just the Haitian one, I mean, the diaspora communities are American communities as far as we're concerned. This is a melting pot country. People come from everywhere. Some of the greatest sources of our strength as a country are people who just arrived here and came with dreams and hopes and families. And their story is our story. It's the story that that VOA exists to tell, in part. So we very proudly look for stories about diaspora communities to tell to the folks back home, if you will. There are, for example, the division director of our Persian service is sitting here in the audience, and so I'm reminded to tell you, just by seeing Sitare, there are more than 800,000 people in the state of California alone who speak Farsi. 800,000 in one state. It tells you something about what's happening in our world, how it's changing. If you have a Farsi language service nowadays, you can't just broadcast to Iran. You can't just be talking to Iran. It's a global community that speaks Farsi, just as it is with Haitian Creole, or Amharic, or Hausa. So we increasingly see the work that we do as reaching out to a community that speaks a particular language, helping them to talk to each other, telling each other their stories. We specialize in American stories. That's kind of part of our mission. And we want folks back in Iran or in Haiti to know what's happening in the community that represents them here. And it opens up kind of a conversation. We also report on what's going on in the countries themselves. So it's very exciting work. And the nature of it is changing as the world becomes smaller and more people travel and move around. I mean, there's a substantial number of Somalis in Sweden now. Who knew? Somali Swedes, you know, but there's a lot of them. And that's an important community now. So it's a different way. You have to think about, as a broadcaster who broadcasts in 45 languages, we have to think about the world differently. But it's very exciting. There's lots of potential for what we do. And I think it's helpful for the United States to have a broadcaster that is talking about the kind of country we are, including its imperfections, which are many. I mean, I'm just like, while I'm riffing on this, I think it's very important that we be credible. And to be credible, we have to be honest, including about the flaws of our own country. That's how you build an audience. When there's an Abu Ghraib scandal, we cover it. When there's an NSA Edward Snowden story, we cover it. So we do journalism. We're not a propaganda organization. And that is what gives us the credibility that we have. And that's what has built us this enormous audience. And it's a trust to have that many people depending on what you're saying. And we take it very seriously. We're imperfect, we make mistakes, but we try to do the very best we can. And having this diaspora outreach is so important for us, not only because you are a subject to do journalism about, but frankly also, and here I'm going to get really a bit obvious in my pitch, we need you to support us. Not all Americans understand the value of VOA. You do. Say so. Tell people, please. Because it's not, don't assume that the current levels of spending and the current level of effort is going to go on indefinitely without clear evidence that's at least some of the American people want it to. It's very important that those who know the value of VOA tell their elected representatives and their others that, you know, I care about the Haitian service. Don't cut that service. You know, that matters to me and my community. So I'm being a little blunt here, but frankly, this is not unimportant if you care about the relationship between our country and, for example, Haiti. Ellen.
Just a quick question. You touched on this a little bit. You can do things that other public broadcasters can around the world because you're taxpayer funded and you can maintain a certain degree of independence.
Right.
We've seen some of the global broadcasters we work with, like such as the BBC, Radio France International, there's enormous pressure on these services to commercialize them. And last year, for example, the BBC was decided they were going to pull all of close their offices in India. And there was an outcry, but they said, look, we just don't have the commercial India that we need. So do you see this happening at the VOA? I mean, obviously you don't want this to happen, but how do you avoid getting into the same situation that some of these legendary broadcasters like the BBC are now being forced to do, starting to go commercial because they're finding it tougher to get their funding from these public sources. Because that I think it could affect the content.
Funding is a big issue in any business, and this, along with being a federal agency, is sort of a business too. It's a news organization. I wouldn't be averse to getting some private money, but we don't have any at the moment. And you're right, it would complicate our business model if we did. The nice thing about the way we are right now is we can sort of make judgment calls. Our board and the Congress can decide on the basis of national security interests where should we be broadcasting, and then we can implement that as best we see fit, and what seems to work for different markets. And we really do have different strategies in different countries. I don't know what the future holds. As I say, if there's certain kinds of private money that, if there was a foundation that wanted to do a lot of extra coverage on Ebola, for example, private foundation, we would welcome working with such an organization. We'd have to sort of figure it out. I don't think we're going to do, toothpaste ads or something like that. Although, it's not illegal for us to do so, but we've never done so. As somebody who was in commercial broadcasting as a journalist for many years, when I was in Afghanistan, some of the network TV correspondents used to come through there, and they're all my old buddies, and we had some very frank conversations with them, because by that time I was working for the U.S. government. And I said to one of them one night, you come in here and you do stories, you come twice a year, and you do stories that are full of blood and guts and dead soldiers. Do you really think that's all there is in Afghanistan? He said, that's all there is that sells at home. And I said, yes, but you're presenting a distorted picture of reality here. You could have one person dies in a blown up armored personnel carrier on the same day that 150 new schools and hospitals open, which changes the life of millions of Afghans, and you would report on the one guy who died in the tank, right? He said, that's right. I said, well, I think you're part of the problem. And without wanting to derogate my esteemed former employers, we don't have to do if it bleeds, it leads. We can report on what we think is actually important, which isn't always bloodshed. Sometimes it actually is something like a health clinic being opened. So we have a sort of a luxury to make those kinds of choices purely on what we think are honest news judgment. We do cover violence and destruction, absolutely, but we also cover important positive news. And I like the luxury of doing that and wouldn't want to lose it. I guess that's a roundabout answer to your question. But as I said, I wouldn't rule out some kind of work with a private sector funder at some point, because I think there's some excellent ones, and we could find common cause on some future project, possibly. Please.
This is a related question. You kind of answered it. I was going to ask if you can take any private funding, like philanthropy dollars, not just foundations, and if you had, so you answered that. But related to that is, let's say you could double your budget. What's your wish list?
Oh boy. It's nice to dream. Look, there are some of our services, some of our smaller services are extraordinarily effective, but could do tremendous amounts more with relatively small additional resources. We have an Armenian service that consists of 2 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees, and they reach 50% of Armenia every week with a television show that they do. Imagine what they could do with a few more people. And the impact that show has in Armenia is not small. It is a window on America for the Armenian people. When I see what Vladimir Putin has been doing lately, I know not only I, but many other policymakers are trying to think through what kind of an information policy should the West have, not just the United States, should the West have in response to the lies on Kremlin television. And unfortunately, to really respond in a robust way that would reach a lot of people would not be inexpensive. We just this morning launched a program, actually, which we're kind of doing by the seat of our pants, frankly, in partnership with Radio Free Europe. So the two of us have started a 30-minute daily television show. It started this morning at 10:30 this morning, and it's aimed at audiences in places like Moldova, Lithuania, Latvia, Ukraine, and we're hoping to build a sort of, a group of affiliate stations who will carry it. We had a few this morning, but that was done on shoestring. To really answer Kremlin television would require millions and millions of dollars to do it properly. And if we could have such funding, we could make a much more robust answer to the Russian language speaking space in the world. Now, let's be frank, such a show would not be seen probably in the Russian Federation. I think the Kremlin would make sure of that. But it would be seen around the edges. And that's a lot of people. A lot of people that would be worth trying to influence. Right now, there isn't much for them to choose from besides Kremlin television. So those are the kinds of things, just to give you a flavor, but I could go on.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's so difficult I didn't want to cut off that conversation, and we are so fortunate to have you here. Thank you so much for coming today. I'm actually the moderator for the next panel, so I'm wearing my different hats now. You're going to see me go up here. But I would like to invite my dear guests for our second panel for the day, Leveraging Diaspora Capital. Come join me here on the stage.
Good question. No, the order is hanging is absolutely perfect. It even follows the program. You all share that. Very well.
All right, so we've been talking today about different ways that we can engage the diaspora for different purposes. And so in this part of the conversation, I wanted to turn our attention to talking about how to reach out and engage, involve, and also listen to diaspora. Because diasporans not only have good ideas, they also have capital that they often want to marry with those good ideas to send back home and to really make a difference back in their country of origin communities. It's obvious to an audience like this that diasporans matter because of remittances, the money that they send home to friends and family, totaling just last year over $500 billion. But I think it's also important for us to think about that good old phrase, how to go beyond remittances. And it's so interesting because that phrase has been with us now, I think, for almost a decade. But what going beyond includes has really changed. And every day we're adding new investment vehicles, new possibilities to take diaspora capital individually and collectively to invest back in countries of origins in ways that truly do make a difference and often have spillover effects politically as well as economically and socially. One of the things I think is interesting about diaspora investments, my team and I have been studying this for quite some bit of time, and one of the things that I find really inspiring and fascinating about diaspora investment is the motivations aren't exactly what you might think on the surface. You have to really listen to diaspora communities to understand why it is that they want to invest money back home. Because it's often for reasons other than to make a profit in some cases. In some cases, it's for reasons to make a profit plus. We often speak about diasporas in general, especially when it relates to investment, as if they're one homogeneous group. The research that our teams have done over now 20 years has shown quite differently. The investment interest among and within diaspora communities is often very different, and it's shaped by the reasons why they left their countries, their experiences that they have in countries of residence, the types of personalities and stories that get circulated among the diaspora here, about investments that have happened on the ground, and so forth. And so I think it's very important to remember that diasporans come in many different shades and many different shapes and sizes as it relates to their diaspora investment, all of which is equally powerful, often on the ground. There's 4 major motivations we've identified among diaspora communities for reasons why they might want to invest. In some cases, investors are purely interested in one of these 4, but more often than not, usually some combination thereof. Of course, financial, as I mentioned, but also I think equally important are emotional reasons. They're looking for that emotional return of knowing that they've invested their money in a place back home that's doing good. Third, I think we should also talk about diasporans are interested in investing often because it does help in some cases raise their social status, either among their existing diaspora communities or back home or both. And media play a very large role in helping to deliver on that investment and provide that sort of social status return. And last but certainly not least, there are some diasporans who believe that through their investments, they might have some type of political return. In some cases, it's just a perception that if they actually put their money on the ground, they might have more influence on shaping policy. They might have more access to policymakers to have more of a voice. And even in some cases, we've heard diasporans say that they believe their investments on the ground might help provide political protection to friends and family. Again, there are ideal types and then there are combination types, but the point is that diaspora investment is much more complicated, I think, than was originally understood. And the investment vehicles that have emerged in response to this knowledge, and many of you in the room actually represent, I think in many ways speak to those different motivations in different ways. I'm very fortunate to have on this panel representatives from government, some private sector organizations, as well as representation from the citizen sector, all of whom have thought very deeply about diaspora investment, entrepreneurship, ways that remittances are being used around the world to really create that impact. So I'd like to first ask each one of my panelists to just say a couple of words about themselves and the organizations and the roles that they play, and then I'll have individual questions for each of them.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Berkson-Shilcock with the Welcoming Center for New Pennsylvanians. We are a private, nonprofit organization based in Philadelphia, founded 11 years ago by an Irish immigrant, and today we have served over 12,000 people from 140 countries through a variety of services around economic empowerment, mostly entrepreneurship, adult education, and employment services.
Hello, Patrick Kennedy, President of Millennial Strategies. It's based in South Africa and Houston, Texas. Originally, we were designed to monitor, gauge millennial attitudes across the world. We've worked in 47 countries to discover exactly what millennials are thinking, which is pretty much like herding cats. And but we moved on to kind of understanding and looking at hard-to-reach niche audiences in terms of polling, measuring their attitudes, figuring out how to market to them, because actually there's alignment in terms of the millennial values. Most of the diaspora communities are pretty young in general, so we've been working in Texas with political groups there and also with Audio Now in terms of looking at better ways to reach these difficult-to-reach communities.
Pass it back. Hi, my name is Nandini Harihareshwara. I work for the U.S. Agency for International Development. We are a federal agency that provides international development to 60-plus countries around the world. I belong to the digital development team, and my area of focus is digital financial services, which I'll talk about a little later.
Hi, my name is John Samuel. I'm the Director of Products for a company named Homestrings. Homestrings is an online platform for diaspora and impact investing. We help the diaspora make a difference back home. We have around 3,000 active members on our platform right now with 100 different investment opportunities. Primarily, most of our investments right now are focused on the African diaspora, but we are growing and expanding our reach to new markets and new regions. We're based out of London, but we've just launched in the U.S. in the last month, and hoping that we can attract the diaspora communities here in the U.S. to help make a difference back into their home countries.
Let's now move into sort of individual questions. Amanda, can we first talk a little bit about remittances? You know, you work with many different diaspora communities. What have you noticed about the different communities in terms of remittance sending behavior? Are there differences? Are there cultural reasons for that, or is it just about access?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. I want to go back to something you mentioned before about the 4 major motivations. It was really interesting to hear that because what it brought to mind were the business movement towards triple bottom line businesses. And so what this makes me think of is that diaspora communities are kind of at the cutting edge of identifying that there are economic reasons to do things, but then there are other reasons. And often those reasons are commingled. They're not really possible to separate. And that's certainly something that we see. I would emphasize really 3 factors: trust, efficiency, and adaptability. So trust, you're not just sending money, right? It's not just a mechanism for transferring money from one place to the other. If that were the fact, we could just rely on money transfer organizations and that would completely do it. But it really is about being able to trust the mechanism by which you're transferring that money. So I'll give you an example. There's a small street in Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, where there's a bank with a little sign and a small window with 2 tellers, and the sign says BHS. Now this is the Housing Bank of Senegal, and you can go there not because you're going to open a bank account and then use it to spend your American dollars in the United States, but because you can use it to establish the ability to pay a mortgage in Senegal, which might be for a home or property that you own, but might be one that somebody else owns. So that's one example. The other point around efficiency, I don't really mean that in the sort of Federal Express sense of the word efficiency. I mean it in the sense of people being able to use money transfer that builds on top of the personal and social networks that they already have. So here's another quick example. There's a bank in Kenya that provides the opportunity to establish, you can use a mobile app with M-Pesa, and then you can transfer money from your American bank account to your Kenyan bank account, and then from the Kenyan bank account use M-Pesa to transfer that money to a family member or to anybody else that you're trying to reach. That's not a brand new service. That's building off of that network that people already have. So we certainly see differences among ethnic communities in terms of the level of developed country that they're coming from, the level of social status or education that they may have, but those 3 factors of trust and efficiency and adaptability are consistent across different communities.
Now, Patrick, speaking about different communities, you were mentioning that you all have done a very interesting deep dive in research through the Audio Now platform with the Somali and Haitian diaspora. I've really enjoyed reading the study. I wondered if you could share with our audience a couple of major finding highlights from that project.
Sure. The project she's talking about is I worked with Audio Now, but I believe you mentioned that they reach about I think a million unique listeners a day or something of that sort. And 2 of the diaspora groups in which they connect with are the U.S. Haitian diaspora and the U.S. Somali diaspora. We found that Audio Now reaches approximately 50% of the known Somali diaspora here in the U.S., which is significant, and also, give or take, approximately 30% of the U.S. Haitian diaspora here in the U.S. I come from a polling industry, communications industry, and where there is a very hard time in understanding how to reach these particular groups. Oftentimes it is seen as too costly. There's no good data out there, market data. So it's usually when you're trying to market to these groups or understand these groups or measure these particular diaspora communities, have to resort to more creative niche marketing companies. And so there is a unique opportunity out there for those that are willing to kind of find new technologies and new ways of measuring and kind of reaching these particular organizations. And so I figured, while the findings were, for this particular study, we looked at remittance habits of these Somali community and the Haitian community. Pretty sensitive topic. Normally it was really hard to poll with, but we received a pretty good response rate from both communities. The Haitian community was something close to 22%. The Somali community was a little bit less, about 15% or so. But comparatively, most polls, at least kind of Pew standards, it's no more 7% response rate for most polls. So it's amazing that this platform of Audio Now is able to reach such a high group of response, have such a high response rate, that we've done several polls, and consistently it's been up over 30% or so. And that's pretty profound. I think when we're looking at going forward, I should probably say this, that this is a whole new discussion. We don't really know the right way to target these communities and measure these communities. But I find this exciting because we're very much at the beginning of the discourse of how to best create an approach that allows us to market and target these groups. And so I think there is a responsibility in terms of creating the right strategy that allows us to use this goodwill and these high response rates, because I've worked in politics. I come from the world of Clinton and worked on these campaigns, and consistently I think the one thing that stands out in these diaspora communities is that, and which has been discussed and talked about this whole day, is that they have excitement and enthusiasm and desire to be heard, a voice to matter and to be a part of the conversation. Now, with this goodwill, it's our opportunity to figure out how to best to do that. And so, with these new platforms like Audio Now, these call-to-listen platforms, we have a responsibility to build a relationship with the listeners. Too often, in the polling industry and the communication industry, which I feel is an important part of developing business strategies and corporate strategies and public strategies of how to integrate these communities into their portfolio. We need to really focus on building a relationship with these listeners, because too often it's about throwing these questions out there, using them, and then the response rates will trickle off. Like I said, we're very much in the frontier of polling these particular groups, and they're eager, and so we have to develop a strategy that allows us to build a relationship with the listeners, which is why I think that working with radio organizations and community organizations that have particular influence and trust factor when dealing with these groups is very critical as we're trying to feel out each other, one in the industry and one in the community and one in the individuals, to really leverage individuals like radio broadcasters that have a voice, that have a certain amount of trust in the households of these individuals, to create a strategy going forward. And I think that in terms of the polling exercise, it's really finding a way to be perceived as an asset, and not just kind of throwing out there and throwing different memes out there and different kind of marketing strategy out there, but really asking them and determining how to listen. Again, there's a strict dichotomy of the way that I think the corporate world of polling and good political polling is perceived. I mean, one is you really want to listen to these people and invite them into the conversation, instead of just kind of constantly bombarding them with issues. So there needs to be a strategic, measured, balanced approach in how we go forward in this. And I'm not sure what the right answer is, but I think it's pretty exciting. There's a lot of corporations and companies are interested in these groups. I mean, politically, economically, they have a lot of value. But again, it's about finding a smart, cost-efficient, creative way of reaching these groups, and about building a long-term relationship with them. It's not just about the immediate poll, but it's about building a relationship over time. I'd also say that one of the interesting things, I did a really project with a group of political folks in Texas, and we were looking at landscaping, the progressive landscape, the changing landscape, especially around the emerging Hispanic, Latin American community there, because it's kind of on the cusp of turning progressive, and one of the things we're finding in polling is that one of the interesting things is values are more important. They have a better role in determining and predicting behavior than traditional questions relating to what are your views, et cetera. But really understanding the value system in these particular communities is very, very important. So when you're designing a question or you're designing a strategy, you have to think comprehensively about what values this particular community is aligning with. Because I feel that, for example, this group in Texas, we did a really long vote of values polling. It's called the Schwartz model you can look it up in there. It's more academic in nature, but it's very interesting that it will allow this. I think this election would be determined. The whole polling, the whole messaging was really geared towards what we found in the value-based community. And so I think that, and even if we're looking at, one of the things I do is looking at millennial values. So it doesn't matter. I think the point of what they made earlier was that, yes, it's a very heterogeneous, every diaspora has its own unique strategy. So you can't create a comprehensive polling communication strategy for diaspora community in whole. There has to be one that's specifically tailored towards each individual diaspora. So the key is finding, various characteristics that allow us to target them as a whole. And I think one of the interesting things are that millennials, which make up a large proportion of these particular diaspora communities, have a transnational alignment in values, which is exciting. And we're seeing new generational institutes pop up across the world that you can go to Chile or Russia, or you can talk to individuals here or there. Millennials have a general alignment of what they feel about the world, what the role needs to be. I mean, I think part of this has to do with social media and new media. But as we're looking at targeting these groups, I think there's an opportunity to target millennials as a whole within the diaspora communities, that they might have more in common than we realize. And so that's another exciting level of research. I'd also say that in the polling business, it's about efficiency, and when you're creating a strategy in terms of whether to invest, how do we approach these communities, it's about how do we create a cost-efficient way of doing these communities, because it's very hard to reach these communities and figure it out, but they have a unique sphere of influence. Intellius, which is probably the leading organization of gathering data on immigrant communities, especially not just here but around the world, they're looking at who in these communities has the most influence. And so if you look at one person that has a particular influence or role within the community, whether it's the radio broadcaster, the community organization leader, the head of the household, they impact 6 people within that sphere of influence. So you're not just targeting them, you're targeting 6 to 10 people around them. So it's interesting because you're going to get a higher quality of responses instead of just in normal polling communications business. You're getting one person and you don't know whether those responses are legitimate or not, but you're targeting not just one person, but their whole entire community infrastructure. So I think this relates again to the relationship between values, community, and their sphere of influence, which is exciting. And lastly, I'd say that I think probably shouldn't be saying this, but I think that technology is a very interesting thing that can be incorporated and figure out how do we use this, such as the call to listener platform, such as social media. There's a lot to be determined, and it's exciting, and I think this study was an indication that we find creative ways to integrate the full system, where someone is calling, someone's listening, someone feels a part of the community, but we're really developing a relationship in the community. It's not just, come from Arkansas politics, they call it people-tics there. We're not just throwing away technology, we're not just looking at numbers, but we're building a relationship. This is very, very critical. I mean, you can talk in the clouds all you want to about numbers, but there is a unique and a special opportunity in terms of the human component involved in developing a strategy. And so I think in terms of how we're using technology and how we're utilizing these platforms, there needs to be a relationship in thinking about how do we create a human interface, how do we build a relationship, how do we build a long-term strategy to engage and consistently reach out to these communities. And so, I don't want to sit here and say I know all the answers, but I think that we really are on the cusp of a new wave. And as companies and as organizations are looking towards these communities, it's going to be an interactive and kind of dynamic experience. And I think it's an exciting time in terms of the research and communications field.
Thank you, Patrick. Before I turn the mic over to our next 2 speakers, I just have to share with all y'all a personal note. The next 2 speakers are former GW students, and they're actually former students of mine. It is such a great honor and one of the best thing about the kind of job that I have, that you get to have really great conversations with students in the classroom, and then you get to see them go out into the world, live their dreams, and really make the world a better place. So with that, I would like to turn the mic over to Nandini. Nandini, your team at USAID recently rebranded, and I'm still trying to get used to the new name too. It's from Mobile Solutions Division to Digital Development Division, and you mentioned that in your introduction. Can you share with us a little bit about why the rebranding, and then how the rebranding has shaped and changed the way your organization, which interfaces with lots of different communities, but how you specifically interact with diasporas?
Sure.
Does the mic work? Okay, great. Thank you, Lisa. Mobile technology is not new. Our colleague at the Voice of America talked a little bit about the little device that has kind of changed everything for them, and sort of talked to us about pretty impressive numbers about the ability to reach more people with mobile technology. And as you all probably know, the numbers are pretty astonishing in the number of mobile devices that currently are in existence today, and related to that, active SIM cards, which really do count for the number of people that have access to mobile devices, although they may have 2 or 3, which many do, and I see lots of nodding of heads in the room. So in June of 2011, we in the U.S. Agency for International Development were asked to start this team called the Mobile Solutions Team. It was headed by, and it currently still is, by a woman named Priya Jaisinghani, who is worked at the Gates Foundation and helped start lots of sort of digital strategies in development. And there was this kind of realization that there are a lot of mobile things going on at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and there was no sort of center of focus for all those things happening. And so around June, July, August of 2011, a new organization was created called the Mobile Solutions Division. And we realized quickly that we couldn't be all things mobile to everyone, and there were lots of teams doing very important work all over the agency on mobile work, and so we decided to focus on 3 areas. One being increasing access to mobile and broadband technology to all, because as you all probably know, the poor, especially women, especially people in rural areas, do not have access to mobile technology. And in fact, if you're a woman in a developing country, you're 20% less likely to own a mobile phone in that country. If you're a woman, you're less likely in a household to own a mobile phone. They may be even up to 3 phones in a household before you have access to a mobile phone. So that's one area that we decided to focus on that's really important. The second area being mobile money or mobile financial services. The ability to use a phone. Amanda referenced M-Pesa earlier and how much of a game changer that's been, not only in its ability to allow the poor to make payments to each other and others, but also on existing platforms, just like Amanda talked about, to allow a lot of other entities to enter the payment space and help the poor make payments. So, that being sort of launched all across the world, and talk a little bit more about that. And then mobile data services. So real-time data, being able to access information quickly on the ground in developing countries versus paper and pen monitoring and evaluation, which we've done in the past for decades and decades and decades. So those were our 3 areas of focus. And as time went on, we realized, being branded Mobile Solutions and being branded the Mobile Money Team didn't really define who we were. We were quickly not talking about ourselves in that way. We were talking about using digital platforms. If you specifically look at the payment space, which, of course connects to remittances, and I'll make that connection in a minute or two, there are lots of countries where actually card-based payments are much more popular. If you're in Latin America, if you're in Mexico or Colombia, it's much more likely that there'll be a point-of-sale device at your local mom and pop than in a common store in Kenya or in Uganda. And so for that reason, we want to be able to reach the poor in a variety of ways of accessing them. And so that was quickly realized that it needed to be really more about electronic and digital payment services that would reach sort of a larger number of the unbanked or the poor. I'm going to really focus my answer to Liesel's question on this work in digital finance. And we've chosen to focus on digital finance because, as you all probably know, the banking system and the formal financial systems in the countries that we work in, our families are from, haven't done a great job reaching the poor. There are still 2.5 billion adults in the world that do not have access to formal financial systems. Banks have been in those countries for about 200 years and consistently are not reaching a large portion of the population. And frankly, in some ways are not interested in reaching those populations because the business model would be very expensive for them. However, in the last 10, 20 years, we have seen new business models that are reaching the poor. They're creating financial services for the poor where those business models didn't exist before. And those business models are creating an ability for the poor and the underserved to actually be included, financially included in these systems where they weren't before. Digital financial services are pretty relevant for the diaspora on a lot of different levels. As Lisa mentioned, in 2012, there was about $401 billion in remittance that were made globally from one country to another, and there's been about a 5% growth rate. So every year it's growing more and more. If you look at just the amount of money that's being given in overseas development assistance, it's only $150 billion. So the numbers are quite different, and the numbers for overseas development assistance are going down, as our colleague in VOA was talking about. So, it's quite important to be looking at how remittances are impacting the economies of the countries that we're talking about. They're a huge part of economies in India, China, Mexico, the Philippines, Nigeria, Egypt, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and a lot of other places. And in fact, they're so important that the G20 recently created a group as part of their Global Partnership on Financial Inclusion that was focused on markets and payment systems that can try to address challenges in remittances. What's interesting is I was part of a similar conversation hosted by the State Department on diaspora 2 years ago, and we talked about remittances and the relationship to mobile financial services and digital financial services. And the conversation is very different now in 2014 than it was 2 years later. In 2012, if we talked about prices and how much remittances cost from one country to another, most of the MTOs, money transfer operators, would kind of say, don't talk to me about costs. Let's talk about something else. But now, new business models, including digital financial service business models that have been able to really cut costs, have forced traditional MTOs to lower their costs at a really significant rate. And so that's been a really sort of wonderful thing to see, that we're seeing what technology is supposed to be doing, increasing competition and lowering costs, and ideally bringing more financial services to the poor. It's one of the reasons that we really wanted to shift from just using mobile technology and addressing mobile technology to really digital technology. So I feel like I've spoken a lot. So I'll take a pause here. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions, and please do ask.
Thank you so much. Next, we'd like to hear from John. John Samuel is representing HomeStrings. John, can you talk a little bit about what is HomeStrings, what types of offerings are on the platform now, and most importantly, how does HomeStrings use media in order to truly engage its audience?
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm first going to take this opportunity to thank Liesel, because without Liesel's research, I wouldn't be here and HomeStrings wouldn't be here at this time. Around 3 years ago, Liesel's research I actually emailed Liesl to find out about GW, and she sent me all this research on Diaspora. I had no idea what Diaspora research investment was. I had no idea. I was just excited to get an email from the dean. So I was very excited, and at the same time, I had no idea it was going to change my life. I had been in Africa. I started a company in 2009, a telecom infrastructure company in Cameroon, with a $20,000 investment. We generated $12 million in revenue the first year and $2.4 million in profit. And what was more impressive was that we employed 27 local leaders. We got rid of all the expats and focused on a Cameroonian-based team. And that success allowed me to move up in my career. At the same time, Eric Guichard, the founder of Homestrings, was looking at the diaspora as an investment opportunity. You know, there's a lot of diaspora affluent and who want to make a difference in their home country, and he had an idea about the Homestrings platform. And at that time, he was thinking about a social aspect of what influences the diaspora investments. And you know, as Liesl mentioned, there's several different things that impact the decision making that the diaspora make in their investments. And one of those things was a social aspect, and the Homestrings platform embraces a social media sense of infrastructure. On our platform, we have fact sheets where you can find out more about the different investment options, just like many of your other typical investment firms. But we also provide groups where members can engage with other individuals to talk about the different opportunities that are there. You know, one of those things that we realize that, as Amanda mentioned, is the trust. You want to know where your money is going and making sure that, you know, that it's going to the right places. And on our fact sheets, I'll go back to the fact sheets for a second. We look at three criteria when we evaluate any investment. It's the impact, the risk, and the reward. And what we're realizing now is that, you know, it's easy to measure the risk and return in some ways, but it's that impact. How do you measure that impact? And we've been struggling with this idea for some time, and we're trying to figure it out. And we're trying to reach out to the diaspora to help us measure that. And one way we've been trying to do that is using our social media platforms in terms of Twitter and blogging, and also videos. What we'd like to do is, for all of the different investments that we have on our platform, we would like the recipients of this investments. Let's take a project in Senegal, for instance. The Senegal sovereign bond that was investing in the toll roads around Dakar. And anyone who's been to Dakar understood the traffic and the congestion that caused. But it took an African development banker to present this at a conference that we held, that it saved her hours in traffic time when she was going to a meeting. But these are the type of things that we're trying to get the local recipients to discuss on social media and talk about the impact that these type of projects are doing and the impact that they're making. So not only that we'll have the return and the risk, you know, measured properly, but now we can also measure the impact. So the user engagement is something that's very important in terms of our platform. And I think that's what separates us from your typical investment platform. It's the social media aspect and the engagement that it's required between the members and the entrepreneurs to be able to engage one another and to provide the trust and the communication and transparency to know that your investments are going into the right type of vehicles. So I think, you know, again, it's one of the things is for us to raise the awareness of Homestrings, because it's a great opportunity for the diaspora here in the U.S. and abroad to be able to invest back into their home countries. And we encourage people to also to post and host their ventures and looking for fundraising onto the platform. We do a complete due diligence on our side before hosting, and we do, again, like I mentioned, we look at the impact, risk, and return to make sure that these are opportunities that our diaspora members would be interested in participating in.
It's such an interesting panel, I think, because so often I've gone to events where we talk about diaspora investment and it's all focused on what are we going to sell them. And what I think is really interesting about the conversation we've had here today, it's also about listening, giving the diaspora a voice and shaping what's actually offered, brainstorming with them and engaging. That's a word that was used a lot here, engaging, involving, exciting diasporas to truly try to shape that capital into meaningful investments on the ground. I'd like to turn the mic over now to you, the audience. Do you have questions for our panelists? We'll have a mic running around. I think we have a question up here at the front. If you could just state your name and your organization before your question.
Hi, I'm Sonia Plaza. I work at the World Bank on migration, and I'm the co-chair of Diaspora, of the Global Knowledge Partnership Nomad. And I know Lisa, yes, for her research. I use her research for my book that I produced on Diaspora for Development in Africa, so I'm very proud of being here. I have two questions, because I worked once on the USAID, in the role of USAID in terms of advocacy, to reducing more the cost of remittances. Because despite that you said that the conversation has shifted a lot, and I agree with you that there's new technologies and the new digital money is coming, that only has been in effect mainly in internal remittances, because that's the big revolution in M-Pesa, reaching really the poor. But when you talk about international cross-border remittances, to do it mobile, still we have very serious barriers in terms of telecom monopolies or in terms of the anti-money laundering. And just to tell you, we promoted as a World Bank the G20 and the GA, the G20 5x5 reduction. And we are trying even now for the post-2015, because the goal is going to be end in 1 year or 2 years, to see if we can reduce more. You don't know how much opposition we are still having, because this is possible. To send money from UAE to India is very cheap. No? And now with Zoom, as you say, new technologies on the internet, Zoom has increased the competition in a lot of the markets. So I would like to get your views what USAID is doing in terms of advocacy to reduce the cost of sending remittances, and even more in Africa. In Africa has been completely sticky for 12%. And then on you, I did a lot of focus groups on diasporas, with different diasporas all over the world, and again the issue is the trust. I would like to see how Homestream is addressing this trust of the diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always funny to answer a question when you think that the audience member knows more than you do about the subject. So from my understanding, we are a federal agency paid by U.S. taxpayers. Sounds familiar, right? And so we have to be a little careful when we talk about advocacy, right? I do think that an incredibly important guiding principle for us, and the reason that we have such great focus on digital financial services, is that they should be affordable. When you say they're financially inclusive to the poor, they have to be affordable to the poor. Transaction costs, both to the sender, but really also to the receiver, have to be, whether they be international or domestic, it's incredibly important that those fees are low and affordable. Otherwise, what's the point? It's just not accomplishing the goal that we have set out to accomplish. I think that what we try to do is make sure that we create public goods, we invest in public goods, and invest in the creation of technical assistance and business models that can demonstrate to private sector actors, because at the end of the day, we rely on private sector actors, on how there can be the creation of business models that actually can have low transaction costs, both internationally and domestically, that can have that end product that you're talking about. I will I will say, and if those of you are really interested in nerding out on this particular subject, CGAP, the Consultative Group to Assist the Poor, is a fantastic organization out of the World Bank that focuses on a variety of issues, but specifically branchless banking, and has several fantastic individuals that do a lot of work on here, including Wamek Noor. And they have publicly available slides, about 68 slides, so it will take some time to read, but very good information about different business models that are addressing remittances digitally across the world. They came out in 2013, and they discussed a few business models that were focused on Africa that have reduced the cost of remittances in Africa and have forced traditional MTOs to also lower their costs. So some of those things are happening, but probably you're right, and not at the rate that we'd like them to happen. So happy to talk a little bit more offline about what I know and what we think is happening, but I think it always has to be part of the discussion.
And in terms of the trust aspect, on the HomeStrings platform, we look at fixed income products. So we look at bonds and funds. So that limits some of the trust aspect. And when we look at some of the investments, we also look for guarantees. We would like to have a guarantee that's highly recommended. And we look at past track record of the promoter of the vehicle. So these are the type of ways that we can to limit that risk for our investors. In the future, we're also going to be looking at providing index funds and different types of products that can mitigate the risk across a wide range of vehicles. So I hope that helps. Yep.
I'm starting to weigh in here on the trust issue. One of the things I work with HomeStrings, the Calvert Foundation is another excellent example of an organization that is offering investments to the diaspora communities and so on. One of the things that comes up in a lot of conversations is about thinking about offering products in more of a life cycle kind of mode, where you want to build trust first with the community. And often this does mean a fixed income security that has a fairly quick maturity rate, for example, that is a demonstration project in many ways to the diaspora community to help build your brand, build that reliability, and really kind of socialize this very new way of investing back home. And I think that's how we have to kind of see it, is that there's going to be a product life cycle, I think a product proliferation of these types of diaspora portfolio investment opportunities, but we have to recognize that we have to take baby steps first.
Yeah, so again, Harold Isaac from Quisqueya. One of the things, like I'm listening to it and I'm seeing the global picture that you guys are projecting, but I would just like to add one thing to it. Right now, if I can buy a bag of rice for someone in Haiti right away. Today, I just walk up to one of the remittance. They sell direct products to they will bring it to their door, right now, that is even creating problems because people are like they're home and they're receiving like a truckload of stuff that coming their way that have been imported, but they get it and the whole neighborhood sees that they've just received and it creates like all sorts of social tension because of that, or they get the money, or they get all sorts of other potential services. The issue that I've been hearing, and I've voiced it earlier, but the issue that we've been hearing is that money that has been transferred over to these countries, that's one thing. Technically speaking, it's been done right now. It's consistent. However, the money doesn't stay in Haiti. It goes back because we're just buying imported goods. So people are either receiving imported rice, they're receiving imported beans, imported everything that are stored in a warehouse, and you pay here and they deliver it for you there. The issue that we have, and someone mentioned trust, Haitians have been victims of all sorts of scams over the past years. And if you'd say, hey, you know what, instead of sending that money just for food or, like regular expenditures, why wouldn't part of that money go to some sort of investment fund or some sort of a bond? And their reaction will be, well, how can I trust that thing? And in a way, I think it's a good thing we're all here because they didn't have a way to express that. And it's a big concern for them because there was a big scandal about 5-10 years ago where like people were scamming like Haitians into cooperatives, as they call them, and they would have a return of 10% per month. And people would, like, they started, it was a pyramid scheme. They started paying off the first people, and then like thousands of Haitians got totally like ruined into these things. So clearly, two things I'm pointing out is first, like I'd like to hear about some mechanism that would allow Haitians and the Haitian government, because they're all isolated. We have the operators, the transfer operators, and the Haitian government isolated from each other and us, and basically a mechanism that would allow money to be channeled to some sort of a bond. And also like some sort of accountability mechanism that would allow people to monitor, you know, what they're getting their money into. So that are the two things that I'd like to get some clarification about. I guess this is towards you.
Yeah, I think is it on? Yeah, I think it's on. So I'll address the investment side. So that was one of the reasons for the formation of Homestrings, because previously, if someone wanted to invest back in their home country, you would have to transfer the money to a relative, and hopefully that person would use the money for the right thing. And but there are vehicles available, and what the problem in some studies show is that the reason some diaspora investments haven't worked, or diaspora bonds haven't worked, is a lack of awareness. People don't know that they are there, and there are proper instruments that are guaranteed by specific agencies. So in that sense, that's why the Homestrings platform is there. We provide an outlet for investors to invest in these type of bonds, sovereign bonds, commercial bonds, or mixed bonds. And you also get a monthly fact sheet of your own portfolio and your status of what's going on with your investments, so that there is more transparency in these type of investments now. And that's what the platform provides. Our platform is innovative in that sense, that it wants to be the premier platform for frontier and emerging market investments. And so that way we are developing this investment platform purely on that stance, and bringing in bonds and funds that meet those needs that you're talking about, that we can look at the trust factor.
Do you have Haitian bonds?
So actually, that's something that where there are some rumblings of some Haitian bonds coming out in the near future, and it's something that we are evaluating at this time. So I think by Q1, Q2 of next year, you may see something in the Haitian bond sector coming out. So in terms of the Haitians, you can be looking at something like that, a diaspora bond. But at this time, I'm not sure exactly on the details. It's just news in the market. So, but I would recommend you to look onto Homestrings, and also just keep on looking online. And one of the best things about our platform is that we provide relevant news for people looking for investment news. And I think that's actually one of my favorite things on the platform is, on the mobile app and on the website is the relevant news in terms of emerging market investments. It's all in one place. You don't have to go searching 50 different things. And if you're interested in that, I would highly recommend you looking at the Homestrings website on the news section.
So just to jump in, I want to go back to one thing Patrick said and one other thing earlier. So 100 years ago, if you were an immigrant working in a manual labor job, you would join a hometown association for funeral insurance in case, God forbid, you were killed. Your parents, your family would at least have money to bury you. But now, today, those hometown associations became the vehicle by which, as you heard earlier, the Mexican government, for example, created the 3x1 program, the 2x1 program, in which hometown associations that were already making investments in building a new rec center or building a new playing field in their villages were then supplemented by government funding to allow for larger and broader
projects. So that's one thread. But the other thread goes back to something that Patrick said, which is about the transnational alignment of values. If we think about the fact that in the US 10 years ago, we didn't have things like Kickstarter or other crowdfunding mechanisms, millennials and other young people today are looking for ways in which reputation and personal relationships can be leveraged to build something that's bigger than what they can accomplish on their own. So whether you're on social media and you're watching what's happening in Missouri or in Hong Kong or in other parts of the world, I think if we appreciate the ingenuity of immigrant and diaspora communities, and you think about the fact that 100 years ago you had Italian immigrants building a railroad, forming a hometown association, and today you have the Mexican government matching tens of millions of dollars or pesos for the hometown association's funding, I think that starts to get at some of the trust questions, that there are alternative proof of concept, if you will, that immigrant communities are helping to establish in the U.S., and that it's a circular flow. It's not simply that developed countries are informing developing countries, it's also happening the other way around, in which sort of the immigrant ingenuity is playing out on a larger scale through new financial products, as we're hearing, but also through relationships that are transnational, and they're sort of uniformly transnational. It's weird now to be in your 20s and not know somebody who's traveled elsewhere, lived elsewhere, speaks other languages.
I think all that is very true, although I have actually been in contact with some of these folks that are talking about this Haitian sovereign bond that's supposedly due out in January. And there is a recognition, I think, of those individuals that in order for this to work, they've got to get out and really talk to the community about it, and make sure that the diaspora community has some kind of input or say in where that money is going. I think that's very important, even to do surveys among diaspora communities, any diaspora community, but I happen to know the Haitian situation quite well because my dear friend Kathleen Felix Alphonse, who is unfortunately unable to be here today, but of course is out there in the market right now doing a very large survey of the Haitian diaspora to do exactly what you're asking, to really listen to what it is that Haitians want to invest in, where they would like the money to go, and what kind of, and brainstorm really with the community, alternative vehicles to leverage that capital. So all really good points. Is there another question from the audience? We have time for one or two more. Yes, sir.
My name is Marcel Barbulescu from Audio Now, and I'm also a hyphenated American, or diasporan, as Dr. Riddle put it. I just want to add one more reason why diasporans would invest back in the country, and that can be resources. It can be human resources or natural resources. And Audio Now is an example for that. We have a 12 people strong team of mobile developers back in Romania, and that's mostly for the talent. Try to hire a mobile UI UX designer in DC and see where that gets you. So you might have a special skills, special resources back in the country, and that might be a reason for you to invest.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very, very good point. Any other questions or comments? Please, just 1 second, let the mic come to you there.
Thank you. My name is Georgia. I'm the publisher and editor of the Ethiopian newspaper here in Washington, D.C. And I also do as a community outreach consultant. And I work some of the jobs Audio Now too. So I've been here about 14 years in this United States, and when I do this journalism or media or networking things, I'm always wondering about, when I listen to NPR, always there's this saying I like that. So it says, let's do the numbers. So, like Patrick said about the poll, when we do the numbers, we always miss that things because America loves the numbers and Western civilizations love the numbers. And the reason we're behind in Africa is we don't do the numbers. But when I come here and when I see you don't do the numbers in terms when it comes to ourselves in Africa. The reason I'm saying this is just when you, for example, I'm talking from my Ethiopian community perspective, who's had the authority to tell how many people, how many diaspora communities there out there here in the United States. And when you see these figures, when it's funny, sometimes if I'm a comedian, I can do, very funny things in here, because if you see the media, the Washington Post, sometimes it says 30,000 here in metro area. And if you go to the Washington, D.C. mayor, the mayor himself says Ethiopians next to African Americans, the largest black community here in the metropolitan area. And in terms of the numbers, they say it's about 250,000 something. And there's these institutions, the international migration policy institutions, they do a research. And once they release these figures, here in DC metropolitan area, there are about 350,000 Ethiopians. So we use a lot of things in here. When I do business and helping, for example, in terms of remittance, I'm trying to, people want to advertise. Remittance company like Western Union and MoneyGrams, and even international financial and micro institutes, always ask me something. How many Ethiopians are out there? I don't know. Once we had a meeting with a census in 2010 and asked them, what do you think? Are you going to solve this problem? Because we're having this problem. Because we had a meeting with the authorities. They said, no, we don't do census on ethnic basis. We don't do census on Ethiopians or, those kinds of things. So we have this challenge first. So we don't know, and nobody knows. The government do not know. The business institutions, they don't know. I don't know who can be trustable in terms of this. So we lack this. So let me tell you about, in 2008, there's an Ethiopian for Obama movement. That was the crazy time. That was the right time to do business. Ethiopian, they organized themselves for the first time because of President Obama, candidate Obama back then. They would like to, do miracles. And they mobilize different countries, they organize themselves, they call Ethiopia for Obama. And even only in Virginia, they were able to mobilize about from 10 to 13,000 voters. Can you imagine what that means? 10,000, 13,000 voters. That's huge, because we're making a difference. It was a couple of hundreds of the figures. So the reason I'm saying this is just to do business and to, in terms of remittance or development or all this global diaspora things is first we need to do this. Let's do the numbers. I don't know who. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a very nice comment, I think, to kind of pause here for a moment. It is absolutely true that it is important to do the counting. It's difficult, I think, for diaspora, any organization that's trying to reach out and engage diaspora communities. They have to solve the question, when you want to reach diasporas, who do you call? I always tell my students, back when I was a student, the big question that we always had was, when you want to reach Europe, who do you call? I mean, that's what Kissinger used to say. Now, I think our question for the 21st century, in terms of really truly engaging in the global space, is when you want to reach the diaspora, who do you call? And it is very difficult because there isn't one repository of information of numbers or access points. And I think that is a challenge that all of my panelists, I think, face in a very creative way. I want to thank my panel for this great conversation. I hope it continues, because we do have coffee and snacks set outside. We'd like to feed you well here at George Washington University. We have another exciting panel coming up. My dear colleague Jennifer Brinkeroff, who I see back in the audience, audience is going to kick off our third panel in just 15 minutes. So you know how I am about time. It's already been established. I'm going to come up here and try to call you all back in just a little bit, but let's just take a little bit of a pause here between panels.
That's cool. That's we were reading it's awesome. There's more work needed, more collaboration. And that's why I think the pro bono thing's important. Because it's a long-term investment. It's a lot of money to do it, but if we can build better infrastructure, a better support system, sharing of information, finding ways to do this, I think everyone's going to benefit from it. The private sector, I think, not seeing eye to eye on I think this is awesome. It's fun because there's so much human capital when you work on these groups. Organizations are just so excited. I mean, that's there's an energy to it. And I learned, and it's a two-way learning. I learned so much with them. They teach me so much. And it's a valuable relationship. They're eager. So she's just the repertoire for human rights. So she deals kind of with the UN violence against women. So organizations that violence against women, I helped her raise the money for kind of free infrastructure. It does the largest university has nothing but human rights. People, and it's the birthplace of Mandela and all these things, you know. But so it was more of a kind of political thing, getting the attention and finding the right political framework. Sure. But so it's a beautiful place and it's exciting because it's changing so much. Politics is still new, and there's just a kind of an energy thing from politics for a long time. So it's there part-time, but it's actually I miss DC actually. Well, she helped fund the kind of Texas progress, so I got to be real careful about that. It's part of because it's a 501c3 policy. It's so complicated. I don't know. We're on the same side. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. That's all the same soup.
There's a way I can engage. Excellent. You got some. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom before we get started. That's not all that. I'm sure I must have heard some of this release.
Oh, please, we need it. I mean, it's such a great thing. We want to do an interview in the embassy in South Africa. Raise money for awareness and women's organizations. Ways of really making it exciting. We have all these ideas. We have some money, but I think having a good network here in town we're starting to make that connection. So we're going back and forth. We have people on the ground that think of ideas and people to introduce me to.
We're taking it for sustainability of the project. You know, we students in the project, in a grant funded project, which is co-funded by us and USAID. Could also yeah, we don't really involve any of that.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful place. We have a lot of vision lecture programs. It's such a beautiful place. So many resources.
We do it. We're finding the right people to get there. One of my friends great embassy. Anyway, that's cool. What's the other one? Okay. Interesting. We don't work in that. Still, that's good. Yeah, for sure. Some of you are investment team. We'll probably contact you and talk more about this.
Think about it. There's definitely a room for new projects or research initiatives.
No, we provide.
And I'm going to have some of my pro bono law firms crowdsource. Now going to just go out and tell them what's happening.
I like that. That's the best source of information for you.
Little dipstick, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
We could have some of your students in Cape Town doing a dipstick.
You know, we do these part of the institute is we make the students do service projects as part of their curriculum. So we're creating a certificate. It's exactly right. Just like a business school. So that's exactly what we're doing. So things like that are always good and helpful. Free income, free labor.
So people are not going to be sitting there. And you understand that it's going to
That's the hardest part about the certificate. We're trying to create is to find these connections and internships, and research projects, capstones.
It's just kind of common. Okay, I mean,
An international
So I'm going to get the presentation on you.
No, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I want to help you. And so,
Yeah, it's all relationship teams. Oh no, actually
I just had 720-somethings at my house.
Oh my God! You are a queen!
To go back up, but someone has to.
I think,
And we can just leave it as a static. Like, oh, absolutely, they will. Yeah. If you have another panel.
that's so fast.
Exactly. That's why it's kind of hard to.
Break things off.
Okay, so I'm going to have to stay up here and just
it's just simpler and make it
break to bring everyone back, but we have a great, we're very honored and we have a great pleasure here of having really one of the world's leading experts on diaspora identity, engaging diaspora for philanthropy and advocacy. My colleague, as I mentioned, Dr. Jennifer Brinkerhoff, she'll be moderating the last panel on conversing with the diaspora, transnational sociocultural engagement through media. Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. It's such an honor to be here, and I feel like I have to begin with somewhat of an apology. I normally pride myself on being a less conventional academic, and here I am interrupting a rather informal format coming with PowerPoint. So please indulge my academic side for just a moment. Professor Riddle asked me to contextualize what we're talking about, and so I quickly just put a few ideas together based on my book that I hope will be helpful to our discussion. I studied what we labeled cyber grassroots organizations. These are organizations that exist only in cyberspace. And in looking specifically at diaspora cyber grassroots organizations, we apply James Wilson's articulation of organizational benefits. So I think this framework may help us think a little bit about our topic this afternoon. So the organization benefits include material benefits, such as information, referrals, and some service delivery. Solidary benefits, which refer to that feeling of belonging that you get when you're in a community. And also purposive benefits, which is the primary focus of what we're going to talk about. Purposive benefits are about trying to extend benefits beyond the organization or the community. So philanthropy, economic development, political development, these fall into purposive benefits. We added a fourth organization benefit when we were looking at diaspora-specific organizations, and that was cultural identity benefit. Because cultural identity benefits are very important to diasporas. These are opportunities for members to engage with others, to explore, express, and negotiate their individual as well as their community identities. More broadly, of course, we know that the internet is a very important mobilizing tool. It facilitates the formation of shared identity that's necessary to collective action. It's a networking resource for assembling and communicating among individuals and groups. And it facilitates issue framing. How do we think about the issues? And building confidence to actually engage in the real world. So this slide represents the basic framework from my book. And I realize that today we're talking about many different types of media, not just the internet and certainly not just communities on the internet, but I thought it would provide a helpful context for our conversation. The targeted actors in our discussion are diasporas, whether in cyberspace or in their day-to-day physical world living. Diasporas are continuously engaged in negotiating and expressing their hybrid identities, this first part of the frame. So they mix and they emphasize various aspects of their country of origin and also their country of residence identities. When we speak of engaging diasporas through media, it is this identity that we're actually targeting. So I want to explicitly put that out there on the table, that targeting diasporas is qualitatively different from targeting other kinds of audiences for what we want to have done. Arguably, without some form of social capital, which is the next bubble, and also some basic organizational benefits like the ones I enumerated, these diasporans would have neither the inclination nor the capability to mobilize for purposive benefits beyond their community. Organizations seeking to foster mobilization for these kinds of purposive benefits would do well to also consider those precursors to that mobilization. Is the community already engaged in identity formation? Do they already have some degree of social capital? Are they experiencing from your organization or from their own these kinds of organizational benefits that would facilitate their collective action? And these are questions that every organization can ask to affirm whether or not these things are happening, but also these organizations, your organizations, may also consider how can we foster those precursors to purposive action. So the bottom part of the slide here articulates the internet benefits specific to each one of those stages. They may or may not apply to your organization and its work because it depends on whether or not you're mobilizing on the internet or using different tools. But I thought this was a good starting place for us to think a little bit more holistically rather than just the common lingo is how do we capitalize on diasporas without first considering who is our audience, what's driving them, what makes them interested and able to do what we're asking them to do. So without further ado, I am very excited that we get to learn from practitioners today, and I'd like to invite our panelists up to the table. And if somebody can take down the presentation, that would be great.
Okay, so now I'm going to switch to much less formal mode. And so that you're not continuously hearing from me, I'm not as interesting, I would like to invite each one of our panelists in turn to introduce themselves. And perhaps you can start for us, Mita. Please use the mic, yeah.
Thank you. I guess you'll be able to hear me even if you can't see me sitting here. Can everyone hear now? Thank you. So my name is Mita Hosani, and I'm here from the United Nations in New York. I head the area that's called the News and Content Branch, which typically for the UN means absolutely nothing to anybody outside the organization. If I have colleagues here from the UN agencies in Washington, they'll know exactly what I mean. In actual fact, this means I'm responsible for UN radio. Yes, we do have a radio production arm. UN television, UN website, and UN webcasting, and UN online news. So that's the area that falls under me, and we put out a lot of information, and increasingly, of course, we do it through digital platforms. A lot of what we put out is important to diaspora communities, and we're looking always for ways to basically leverage this and to increase access of people around the world, because diasporas are everywhere. So I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you so much, Mita. Nermeen.
I'm Nermeen Riyad. I'm the founder and executive director of Coptic Orphans. And Coptic Orphans is a diaspora organization, feet firmly planted in both Egypt and the Coptic diaspora. The word orphans, of course, refers to fatherless children, so not orphanages, but children in their homes, and that's predominantly the work that we do in Egypt related to education. And outside of Egypt, among the Coptic diaspora, we find that the Copts, which Coptic means, is a reference to the Christians of Egypt. And I might add that Egypt was a predominantly Christian country for about 1,000 years, but now they're down to 10%. But the Copts living abroad, very strongly connected to Egypt, very philanthropic, very well-educated. And of course, we find all of this out. We knew this, but now we have proof, thanks to the research and the study that Jennifer and Liesl put together. Probably one of the largest surveys of a diaspora was the Coptic diaspora, and now we have proof of what we're saying. So I'm pleased to be here, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thank you so much, Nermeen. George.
Hi, I'm George Lehner. My day job is I'm an attorney here in Washington, and I practice law, but my other day job is that I am chair of the Fund for Peace, and if you don't know the Fund for Peace, you may know our principal product, which is what was once called the Failed State Index, but has now been rebranded as the Fragile State Index. But I also spend a lot of time with several other NGOs, including the International Women's Media Foundation, Mali Health Project, which works on the ground in Mali, and Refuge Point. So I have a fair amount of experience on the NGO side dealing with growth, particularly in countries from which there are a number of people who now are part of the diaspora.
Thank you, George. Misa.
Maza Abru, I came from Ethiopia. I am the owner, founder, and producer of one of the first private radio stations in Ethiopia. That's Shaggar 102.1. Ethiopia has a history of broadcasting for more than 80 years, and it's only 8 years since we have private broadcasting licenses. So I look forward to your questions, and I'm happy to be here. I'm way past my bedtime. If I feel sleepy, you can wake me up. So I'm still jet-lagged. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maza. So that we have you while you're awake, maybe we'll start with you. So, Maza, yes. As the director of the largest public radio station in Ethiopia, what are your plans to grow your listenership? And is your listenership inclusive of diaspora? Do you have specific programming to some of the diaspora who have returned to Ethiopia?
I have to correct you. It's not one of the largest public radio stations. It's a private radio station. We transmit with 2 kilowatts, and our broadcast area is limited to the capital city within the radius of 250 kilometers, but we beat that because we were online streaming since 2010, and we have the opportunity to reach much of Ethiopians who have access to internet locally, and at the same time we've been able to reach a lot of diaspora communities in the United States, Britain, and other European countries. And our programs, we target the local community, but at the same time I have to see my notes to just give you, since we went online streaming in 2010, I'll give you the statistics of between August 21st, 2013 and August 21st, 2014, we had 362 hits, which is 30% of this is in Ethiopia, 25% in the United States, and 5% in Norway. This goes on to 166 countries. The browsers they use is Chrome, 41%, Firefox, 21%, Internet Explorer, 18%. So we have a reach which is growing every time, and since we joined the Audio Now application, we have more listeners, and sometimes, I think it was in April when I came to Washington, most of the taxi drivers listen to Shaggar, and if they know me, I will have a free ride. So once I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much. One of the many benefits, I guess, of coming to Washington. George, I have a question for you. How do you think NGOs should be engaging with diasporas through the media?
Well, it's an interesting question because when I began to sort of think about this, I thought, well, they were probably engaging a lot more than I realized, but I think after looking at it, I realized that they don't engage very much at all with the diaspora. And so it really does raise the question, what should they be doing? Maybe before, let me just talk for some of the reasons why I don't think they engage, and that may help answer the question of what they could do. And I'm really focused now on sort of U.S. and Western NGOs that are operating principally in Africa and conflict-related countries. You know, I think part of the reason is that it's the nature of NGOs. Cash-strapped, like diaspora organizations, everything happens sort of immediately. I think there aren't a lot of vehicles for them to understand how and what communities they can reach out to, and that's sort of an interesting thing that I've been hearing about today, some of the platforms in which to identify diaspora communities. I think the ways that they can do so really begins with the NGO itself, and that is sort of to ask the primary question, and that is, and it was a little bit what you talked about earlier on, what would we hope to get out of an engagement with a diaspora community? Is it awareness, simply awareness? Here's what we do in this particular country. We want you to become aware of and an advocate for that for our cause. Is it a recruitment tool to find people who may be able to relate better to, I'm working in, say, Kenya, or I'm working in the Congo, or I'm working in a particular country as an NGO, and I'd like to find some people who could maybe relate better by my staff? Is it a recruitment tool? Is it probably what most NGOs think of, is this a source of financial contribution to me? And so therefore, how do I sell myself to the diaspora community? I think it really, before you can really answer the question, how should they relate to it, NGOs need to answer the question, what it is that they want to do when they relate to the diaspora community. And I think we can be interesting to hear a little bit from some of the diaspora communities about that, because I think there is a lot of skepticism actually among diasporan communities when they get an outreach from an NGO. What do you want? Why are you contacting me? And that skepticism is really natural.
I also think it's because very often when more formal organizations try to engage with diasporas, they try to cut right to the far right of the graphic I presented without first thinking, how does this relate to the identity? Why should they care? And so this may be one explanation. Clearly, Maz's example from the radio shows us that the diaspora are quite interested in what's going on in the country of origin. So it raises the question of how can we tap that in a meaningful way that is more perhaps collaborative and speaks to the shared motivations to help the country of origin.
And I think there's one other motivation that could be brought by NGOs, and that is, do I want to engage the diaspora community in helping me as an NGO set an agenda? And that's probably the least likely, but perhaps the most interesting challenge to NGOs to sort of say, could we engage a diaspora in helping us think about what it is that we are doing in their country of origin?
Wow, from your lips to God's ears. I think there's a lot of potential there. And perhaps, Mita, you can tell us if the UN is tapping any of these kinds of ideas in terms of how to engage with the diaspora for these purposes.
Well, as I started saying, I think the diaspora means so many things to so many people. And I think typically the diaspora we've been speaking about... Oh, sorry, it's right here. My apologies. The diaspora we've been talking about this morning and afternoon has been focused to some extent on the United States, but we've heard, of course, about other diasporas. And when it comes to the UN, of course, the main motive here is to get information out, to make information available to diasporas around the world, perhaps about what's happening back in their home country. And it just goes to show kind of how far we've come. About 5 years ago, I was in Nepal, and my family, my husband and son, went to Everest. They went to base camp. And I said, please try and keep in touch with me. And they said, well, after a point, we're not sure because we'll lose cell phone contact. And when they got there, they said, no, hang on a minute. They called me and they said, we are still able to call you. And sure enough, everything has changed. The world that we're living in has changed. So today you have 4G contact all the way up on Everest. It's a sad thing. I think it's kind of a tragedy on the one hand, but on the other hand, it just shows how the world has been penetrated in different ways. And what I'm trying to lead into is to talk about how people craving information around the world about their communities can access it so much more easily than before. Now, what is the UN doing? The UN is that veritable Tower of Babel. Everything that we do is done in the 6 official languages. All documents are translated into 6 official languages. And in addition, of course, we do a lot of our spoken work in more than English and French. We do it in a lot of these languages. Now, UN radio is one part of this in terms of communicating the spoken word. Because for diasporas, it's really compelling to hear the spoken word. And we do this in 8 languages here. It's only the tip of the iceberg. I can tell you there's so much more we want to do. But again, funds. So what we're trying to do is to make common cause with partners around the world, and we have proprietary content that others don't have in many cases. So we can go live with access to information that perhaps others will not have. So whether it's somebody who's going into homes after the siege of Homs was lifted in Syria, such as the humanitarian coordinator, he speaks to us, we put it out on audio. Whether it's somebody in, DRC, where you have basically in the eastern part of DRC, when you had the fighting just last year, and the town was about to fall, we could bring that kind of information very quickly to our audiences. But not everything we do is about breaking news. I'm the first one to admit that we can't possibly compete with organizations out there which have so much more money. And it was fascinating to hear from David. I mean, he said, they're a nonprofit and they don't have adequate funding. Well, believe me, ours is a drop in the ocean in comparison. But we still have special access to information, and that's what we're trying to leverage. Radio is one way, and we're delighted, of course, because we've developed a radio app, and I was trying to show it to colleagues. My phone wasn't working. We have Audio Now has it available, so you can access UN Radio in any one of the 6 official languages from your mobile device. In addition, of course, we're developing website platforms so that radio will be available through internet connectivity, because that's a little less the case so far. That platform is not just audio, but it's also the stories that go with it. So there's an online platform. But I also want to talk about the fact that the diaspora really is increasingly craving visual content. And what we found is that web live streaming is kind of the direction that people are going in. So this is something that we're looking into much more. This was the first year when the General Assembly met, and it's still meeting, but the general debate took place. The New York Times embedded a live stream of the general debate. It was the first time, online that is, but not just the Times. Voice of America in Ukraine, on their website, live streamed. Russia Today, on their Spanish site, live streamed. India.com, which is, of course, a website that caters to the Indian diaspora, web streamed the Indian Prime Minister's speech. The U.S. mission to the United Nations asked for us to help them live stream Obama's speech at the UN to all their embassies around the world, so that the U.S. diaspora from the embassy group could also listen to their president at the United Nations. But guess which leader got the most hits in terms of the live stream content, and of course it's on demand as well as live stream? Sorry, there's been guessing there. This is great. You'll be surprised. No, not Obama. No, not Netanyahu, who was high up there. It was the Nepali Prime Minister. Because there are larger and larger numbers of Nepali diaspora communities, both in the US and elsewhere in the world, who are so excited at being able to access this content, to watch their Prime Minister live and on demand. So I just want to say that we are looking for partnerships. Now we are engaged, as other speakers have mentioned, in a terrible struggle to contain the Ebola virus in West Africa. Using radio, community radio, and other forms of radio to inform and to just put out news about what's happening, to correct the record, because there's a lot of inaccurate facts doing the rounds. I think we have to do it as part of a partnership. So this is where the UN will be looking to work with others and to try and bring this information using our digital platforms, radio, live streaming, as well as our online news site. So this is just to touch on a few things that we're trying to do.
Thank you, and that's a good advertisement, because I suspect there may be people who would be eager to talk to you about some partnering around the Ebola virus. Nermeen, I know that you have extensive experience, and I'm hoping that you can speak to us a little bit about how Coptic Orphans has used social media to engage with the diaspora, and if you have any tips or success stories that you can share to inspire others to do similar work. Thank you.
Indeed, we are on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, and if there's anything else out there, we're on it. But what's really interesting is what we found to really work is social media is really about identity. Every time that you like a page or you retweet, it's really proclaiming your identity. And so what better group to have to address this whole idea of identity other than diasporas? First generations are worried they will lose their identity. Second generations are trying to combine parents' expectations with the new culture and the norms of this, the country that they're born in. And so social media becomes really a perfect fit for kind of, we set out the symbols, the keys that help people grasp onto their identity. Like, for example, we just had our 25th anniversary gala, and His Holiness Pope Tawadros attended, and this was in Canada. So when we put up the video with his remarks, well, we had likes from the United States, Canada, Australia, Egypt, England, and it's almost as if it's a shared experience of identity from the Copts all over the world, wherever that they're living. So this was one thing that you really need to strike, is the whole idea about identity. And of course, this identity is a spectrum. You've got the very Egyptian and the very American, and then everybody kind of in between about Egyptian Americans. That's one thing. The second thing, which is really, really important, is you must have also the human touch. Social media by itself is not going to get you anywhere. You need to follow up. It's almost like the entrance, the springboard for more discussions and for the face-to-face. And so we promote that there's an event. We will be in Detroit. Anybody out in Detroit, we'd love to have coffee with you. And so you get, hits back in response to that, and provide that human touch. I think there's a lot more that can be done, and as you said about video, and we're actually going in that direction. A lot more visual is needed, and we're going to be working on that. And then just kind of to answer your question, well, what do diasporans want? We want to change our country. Why? Because we feel so indebted to the blessings of this country and the benefits we got from this country, and feel that really deep sense of obligation towards our homeland. And so bottom line, we'll continue until we change Egypt for the better, God willing.
Thank you. If I might, I would like to ask a few more questions before we open it up to the audience. And Moza, I want to come back to you. Clearly you're reaching the diaspora, but I'm curious to know a little bit more about your programming. When you're reporting on local news in Addis Ababa and the rest of the country, do you have a sense that the diaspora is being engaged for any kind of direct action within Ethiopia?
Usually, the Ethiopian diaspora is interested in history and a lot of political issues. Other than that, whenever we put on a human interest story, I will give you an example. One of our reporters, did this story on one gentleman because of his shoe size was 48 or 49, I don't know. He had only one shoes, and that he has saved it for weddings and special occasions. And other than that, he walks barefoot. So he did this story. And the reaction that we got from United States and the places where most of listeners are was that some of them send some money, and the others send them some shoes, and it's only one local shoemaker who did one shoe for him. So these kind of stories, stories that touch the human heart, the response is, tremendous, and people really show that their support, and sometimes they send money, these are the examples that I think I can give you. But other than that, most of the Ethiopian diaspora, if you started going out of the country in the 1970s during the revolution, some of them unfortunately haven't been back to Ethiopia. So they want something which can bring them nearer to their country and to their families. We see this during the holiday seasons, and a lot of them call, and we broadcast their holiday wishes, and we do those sort of things. And the other thing is that the Ethiopian history is of interest to them, and political discussions, and what's happening in Ethiopia is interests them. So we do that. We don't do that particularly to cater for the Ethiopian diaspora. Unfortunately, we have to redo it, our everyday programming, but it appeals to them as well. So that's fortunate. And what we should do in the future is that we should do some reporting about the diaspora as well, which we don't do that often, except that when there are some important issues regarding the Ethiopian diaspora. So that interests them as well, I think.
I find it very interesting that we have two speakers from the diaspora who are really speaking to their direct experience and really emphasizing these issues of identity and social capital and the human touch. And then we have two people who are speaking from organizations that might work more with diaspora to tap into what has been mobilized from the identity and the social capital. Nita, I wonder if you have any idea in terms of your listenership, how many of them act upon the information that you're disseminating? Do you have any idea?
When I spoke earlier, I didn't really talk about social media platforms, but that, the kind of engagement we're seeing is possibly the thin end of the wedge when it comes to interaction or action on some of the messaging that we're putting out. And I use the word messaging not in a propaganda kind of way, but in terms of providing information. I'll give an example to illustrate what I mean by this. As you know, earlier this year, there was fairly intense bombardment in Gaza for many, many, many weeks, and a lot of conflicting information doing the rounds, and media from both Arab media as well as from the Israeli media really kind of contradicting each other, and very hard to trust the real truth of what was happening on the ground. We found an intense amount of interest in UN news programs as a result, both radio and what we were putting out on social media and on our online news. There was one story when the first school was bombed and the outrage that it stirred. We saw 9,000 tweets from one story. That's kind of unheard of. It doesn't happen at the UN. We're not used to numbers like that. So we were absolutely stunned by it, but the tweets were also matched by a similar amount of engagement on other social media platforms, Facebook, not just in English, but on the Arabic platforms as well. And ideas of what people would like to see happen. Now, to what extent the diaspora acts on any of this, I'm not sure, except to say that there was probably pressure being put on leaders. So that's, I think, the direction that it takes. I'll give you another example, which is also from earlier this year, and that's the situation in Ukraine. When the fighting started in Ukraine, there was kind of a very clear media lockdown in the eastern part of Ukraine as well as in most of Russia. And so people in those parts started turning to international news sources. And we saw an exponential increase in consumption of UN radio and UN news in Russia. Because they were obviously, and they will always find ways, they were obviously looking for ways of getting some kind of authentic and verifiable sources of what's happening on the ground. Because radio stations were, of course, being jammed, lots of things like that were happening. Did that make a difference? I think the only thing that happened was diasporas outside Russia were using this to then kind of raise the ante in terms of influencing their leaders to engage with Russia's leaders. So, I mean, I don't have anything verifiable, but this is the understanding.
And that's great, and it really implies that there's a great potential for partnership between diaspora organizations and other service providers so that we can get the correct information and mobilize accordingly. And also it demonstrates that not every organization has to be responsible for each step in that mobilization for some kind of purpose of benefits, right? Individual ones can contribute their specialization. George, as an expert in fragile states, I wonder if you could speak more to the role of diasporas in fragile states, because it's quite a complex one. Maza was talking about how politicized the Ethiopian diaspora is, and that's certainly true. And so when we think about diasporas that are so conflicted, it seems daunting to think about how might we mobilize them for constructive, peace-building kinds of purposes. Can you comment?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fascinating topic. So start off just sort of anecdotally. Every year when we publish the Fragile States Index, within the first couple weeks, there are umpteen number of calls from various organizations, groups, embassies, diaspora organizations, and individuals who will complain about my particular country and how dare you rank it here, and it's right next to such and such a country, and they're scum and we're wonderful, and so you have to deal with this. But even within that, what's interesting is, of course, you get from within one particular country, you may get very conflicting views. You may hear, why are we, we shouldn't be viewed as such a good country or less fragile. I mean, it's you don't know what's going on over there, it's terrible, and yet somebody will call and say, we should be, really down at the bottom. It illustrates, I think, something that many people have alluded to, but certainly I think it has to be more in mind when you're particularly working from the NGO side and thinking about engaging the diaspora community, particularly diaspora communities who recently have come from conflict-oriented places. They are incredibly diverse, not surprising. They have a range of views, not surprising, and they are not often a community in some sense. There are many fractionalized communities, so you need to be remarkably sensitive in terms of engaging with those communities, and often just the diversity of views, particularly being an outsider, means that it really isn't possible in some meaningful sense to engage with that community because you really can't judge what's really going on. So there's a real barrier, I think, in doing that. That being said, I mean, there are examples of, and I'm aware of Public International Law Group, for example, which has done a lot of work in trying to get diaspora communities together in simulated peace-building conversations outside their countries, simulate the kind of discussions that you might hope would take place if you ever got to sort of a peace-building activity in the country itself, which can, I suspect, be very meaningful. I mean, I participated in a mock of one of those once, and it was very instructive. I don't, it was within a context of a countries that are still engaged in or a country that's still very much in conflict. But it did tell you, and I think it informed some of the policymakers who participated in that, just what are some of the underlying difficulties. So in that sense, that was a tremendous resource that might help predict where to go. I think the other thing that, again, the kind of sensitivity that's required when you try to engage a diaspora, particularly if you are working in peace building or conflict prevention activities, is again, you don't really know how that community, the diaspora community, is really being perceived back in the country. And then I think you alluded
alluded to this earlier on. I mean, you mentioned the Haitian community being sort of viewed as the sort of very middle-class community. I've certainly been in situations abroad where there is a high degree of skepticism about, well, you got out, you're over there, even more so than sort of almost a Westerner outside the culture. You're coming back here to tell us what? And you have to really be very sensitive about that as well. So it's a very complicated but very interesting issue, because I think we all believe that the diasporan communities could be very, very beneficial in helping move some of those particularly peace-building issues along in their countries.
Great, thank you. And you also imply that just as they could be constructive and helpful, they could also be interfering, right? When you have the conflict replicated in diaspora.
Absolutely.
So you talked a lot about the fragmentation of diasporas, the different views. Nermeen, you spoke earlier about how you've experienced this kind of unification with all that factionalization, that people really do come together in similarly liking some of your media output. But I've also heard you speak before about how differentiated your diaspora audience is. So can you speak a little bit to how you reach these different audiences, how you adapt your messaging?
And that's always the struggle.
That's always a struggle. And what we've been doing is really listening to our people, our audience. And so we look at every like, every share, every comment that we get on social media. So in terms of social media. And then we do a lot of face-to-face to hear what they have to say, and to find a common ground for all the Copts. It's really interesting. We say, oh, you Australian Copts are really different from the American Copts, because, and it's true, actually. They begin to become a little quirky, I think. But the other way, you Americans. But what's interesting, of course, is what unifies us is, first, the Coptic Church, which as Christians and being of the Orthodox faith, we come to whatever land and we sit and wait until a church is formed. We can't go to the Catholic Church. We can't go to any other church. We're waiting for the creation of our own church. And so the first thing that any Coptic community will do is to create, establish their church. And then when people come from abroad, where are they looking to move to? Wherever there's a church, because that's very central into the community. And so it's remarkable is that the church not only theoretically or conceptually pulls us together, but physically, because we can actually meet each other often and discuss with each other. Of course, the challenge now is for the church itself. The church now has a diaspora for the first time in 2,000 years. So how will the church will continue to be a Coptic Orthodox church and at the same time become a universal church with adherents in hundreds of countries outside. And so that's a challenge for us and a challenge for the church, and we're actually working together in pulling ourselves together.
Well, at this time, I'd love to open up the floor if there are any questions.
I just want to have a question. So I know it's really weird having a question as a person carrying the microphone, but I want to have a basic question. I mean, it seems like we have focused on what kind of information you are providing to the people in the diaspora community, right? But I just want to see the different direction and what kind of information they are most likely to listen or they are looking for especially from radio stations. It can be or the political news of their own country or political news in the United States or entertainment news. Any idea?
Would you like to start?
They're interested in local, in the case of Shaggar, Ethiopian news, what is going on in Ethiopia, because there is a huge political change, and most of the diaspora, as I have said earlier, has left the country and never been back, especially those who are interested in politics. Really want to know what's going on in Ethiopia, and they want to influence the politics in the country, in Ethiopia as well. So that is their interest, basically. And entertainment, since we have different generations of diaspora, unfortunately, the young ones are much more interested in entertainment and something that they can really relate to, or they want to belong to what's happening in the country. So it's mostly entertainment, music, and current affairs, current news of what's going on in the country. That's what interests the younger generation. The older generation is much more interested in politics, and they want to influence the local politics as well.
So do you hear from the diaspora requesting certain programs or content?
Yeah, they do. It's very difficult when you are a station. It's a private radio station. We want to be objective. We want to be credible, and we want to see both sides. So in that sense, it's very difficult because we are used to propaganda for the Ethiopian history of broadcasting is a lot of propaganda of the regime, which is in power. So when you're trying to do credible and objective stories, it's always difficult because you have either to side this one or the other one. So usually, whenever we do, for example, a opposition story, those who are interested in politics would jump to it. But whenever you do the government side, they are not happy with it. So it's I can't say that we satisfy this or that, and that's not our job. So basically, this is what the landscape is, unfortunately.
Thank you, Nita. And Nita, what about for the UN? I mean, do you think that the different diasporas are demanding different types of information? And do you differentiate, or do you just put out what you can put out based on the content? In other words, is it supply-driven or demand-driven?
Unfortunately, I mean, I would love that it would be demand-driven, but that would kind of presuppose, thank you, I keep forgetting this. I do have a loud voice, but not loud enough, perhaps. That would presuppose that we have a fairly good sense of our audience and that we can engage with them on a regular basis to mine exactly what it is that they are in search of. So I think when you become all things to all people, you tend not to have that luxury. So it is supply driven more than anything. But that being said, we have, for example, in some of the countries that are in conflict, especially in countries where there are civil conflicts. I'll mention Syria, I'll mention Libya, I'll mention Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever possible, what we're trying to do is to have a sense of what the diaspora from those countries are interested in, which most of the time is information about the latest developments. So that, I mean, in Libya, where you have rival parliaments, of course, we're not there to talk about the internal politics of the country, but what we can talk about is what the UN is trying to do there. So that when the Secretary General makes a surprise visit, as he did the other day, and he met with the parliament, etc., we can then try to get that information out so that the Libyan diaspora, wherever they are in the world, would at least be aware to some extent, well, this is coming firsthand from their country. Similarly with Syria, it's a country where, of course, you have different armed factions in control of different parts of the country. There are a lot of humanitarian staff working for the UN and doing a lot of interesting work. And again, the diaspora sometimes are confined to refugees in neighboring countries, but they're also, of course, all over the world. And they are just, they're thirsting for any information about what's happening in terms of supply lines to Aleppo or supply lines, to any one of those beleaguered communities. So yes, we would like to be able to cater and to tailor, but I think what we're doing is just to get the information out, and hopefully with that, trying to cover as many bases as possible.
Great, thank you. Are there other questions? The mic is coming around. Yeah, I was wondering if you've been talking about the spectrum of the generations and their interest, and I'm thinking, does that pose a particularly difficult business model, if you will, so that you have maybe an intense interest and, quote, market for the first generation people, and then what do you do to sort of try to get the second generation? You spoke to it a little bit in terms of the programming, but I'm just wondering about the affinity to the country of origin, and then if then over time it sort of dissipates. Nermeen, can I ask you on that one?
Absolutely. Excellent question. I know, like this, right? It's an excellent question, and that's what we're grappling with constantly. And yes, it does dissipate over generations. Second generation, third generation become more and more of the host country, less of the homeland. And so what we've started to do is we set up a program. It's called Serve to Learn, and the idea is for the young second generation Copts to go and serve in Egypt by doing what? Teaching English to the children there in Egypt. And really, I mean, I can get English teachers in Egypt, no problem. Why would I get them from the United States? No, you know, but the idea is to link them to their heritage and to their culture. And what's wonderful is leave it to little Egyptian kids to make you love being an Egyptian and love Egypt and really appreciating the culture. And so these people, these young people, come back more Egyptian than any of us, kind of thing. And what's remarkable is I started to notice something. And it just started, I mean, I started noticing it just this year, because we've been doing this for about 10 years. The young people come back with a cross tattooed on their wrist. And this is kind of the symbol, the ultimate symbol of, I am a Copt like you. I'm united with you. Your suffering is my suffering. Your fate is my fate. And so when we started to see this, I mean, that's really the proof that this program is really working, and we want to expand it more and more. And what's cute as well is that the youth are coming from America, Canada, Australia. And the poor Egyptian kids, they can't figure out the accents. You know, it's almost like, if you could get your English straight first, then teach us. But it does show the unity among the Copts.
And well, I think one of the reasons Nermeen was making eye contact with me is because I had the great privilege to visit one of the sites in Upper Egypt where Serve to Learn was being implemented. And one of the people who served that year is now on the staff of Coptic Orphans and is here in our audience. So I think that's further evidence that re-engaging or engaging for the first time the next generation can get them committed for the long haul. So it's very exciting. And thank you. Other questions? Who has the mic? Bye-bye.
I'm going to ask you, UN representative, do you have a specific aid plan for the North Korean defectors who are in all over the world as a diaspora?
Thank you. Did you say aid plan? I didn't fully.
Aid plan.
Aid plan.
Yeah.
For the North Korean people?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, essentially, I mean, the UN does have a very small program for North Korea. It's mostly the World Food Program and a little bit with UNICEF. And there are, you know, attempts to get more out there. But in terms of how these organizations engage with the diaspora, I'm not sure that there is that kind of targeted in terms of, you know, fundraising, for example. I'm not sure that there's that kind of active engagement with the diaspora. So I don't know the answer to your question, but I think it's an interesting point when you have to go into countries wherever the UN is present, it is always with the permission of the government. So getting the aid lines clear and getting them approved and getting the aid in is already a huge accomplishment. In terms of how the Korean diaspora could then feed in, I'm sure that UNICEF and other parts of the UN system are always open to funding. And UNICEF is the first of among the many UN agencies that have taken donations from individuals. The UN used to have a policy of only accepting donations from organizations and member states. But UNICEF opened this up, and it's all changed now. It's all up for grabs. So certainly the diaspora can, make its presence felt financially. But beyond that, I'm not sure if they have any kind of system.
Thank you. More questions in the front?
Hi, my name is Terry Phelan. I'm from IREX, and I work in media development. And one of the things that I've been interested in, kind of linking the last question with the previous panel, what is your experience, if any, with diaspora actually being a source of funding for, say, your private radio station or UN radio, and I wasn't sure with your organization if that diaspora are a significant element of your fundraising. And I work a lot with community radio stations, and I've tried to, for a long time, figure out how to link diaspora here with small community stations in developing countries that might have an interest in helping to support, for example, their hometown radio.
Mazo, do you have any support from the diaspora?
We're not allowed to get any kind of support from outside sources. It's illegal. But as for IREX, we have benefited 2 times. One is in training and the other one is in research. So I think that's the only support that we had so far. But you can't get support from outside, financial support of any sort.
Okay, thank you.
It's interesting you ask. We're practically fully funded by the diaspora, and they tell me, well, there's a lot of money in Egypt. Why don't you seek that? Nope, I'm not interested. I don't want your money. Why? Because I'm not interested. It's not about fundraising. It's about that connection between the diaspora and the country. And so we refuse Egyptian money from Egypt, but fully funded by the diaspora.
Just one comment. I mean, I think that funding from the diaspora is an interesting issue because it arises in a lot of different contexts. I mean, my sense is, and somebody was talking about, let's do the numbers. I don't know the numbers per se, but just anecdotally, you're aware of when there's a disaster or some kind of tragedy in some particular country, the diaspora is often the first to respond, often very generous. It's often very easy for organizations not even associated with the diaspora that are working in those countries to go to the diaspora communities and raise a lot of money. And I suspect if you do the numbers, at least initially, a lot of the funding for those kinds of disaster responses come from the diaspora communities. I think that breeds a little bit of the skepticism that I was talking about earlier on, that the only time I go to the diaspora communities, if you're sort of a non-diaspora organization, is when there's some kind of tragedy. I don't think what's happened is sort of this, an opportunity to really step back and say, how do we engage the diaspora in sort of more long-term commitment to activities that we as a non-diaspora NGO might be engaged in and get their both spiritual commitment, financial and non-financial commitment to them, and that's something that I think we don't think enough about.
Can I just add that the thing that I'm really interested in is, in particular where community radios are concerned in developing countries, is building that relationship between the diaspora and that community, so that the people here have that, continue to have that, that connection to their home community, but they also are able to help support something that's typically really unsustainable.
Yeah, and I think just to pick up on that, I mean, this is sort of talks as somebody mentioned earlier on, and I think it's a really interesting point that diaspora communities, and particularly local communities, are in many ways the very best connection for local communities and countries where you're, not outside the capital city, or that's, I mean, there are people there who can link to their relatives, and really almost working at that micro level, if you can identify that, can probably become a very, very strong connection, and it's a question of identifying how to do that. But I think that's an And that's a real place where people can think about how do you build those links, because I think somebody earlier on mentioned how diasporans are, people in the diaspora community who came from a little village far away that really needs some attention.
Thank you. Naza, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to, I forgot to mention that we are affiliates of VOA, and we had a lot of support, technical and professional support from VOA to establish our radio station. So Doug is here. I just wanted to add this one. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question?
So, well, it's more of a comment and a bit of an insight, and that will kind of answer your question as well with regards to community broadcast stations and how they could get that funding from like their hometown people. So, to that, I would say that one of the big challenges I see is that, first of all, diaspora, being scattered, most of these communities would be scattered. And in one of the panels before, when we were discussing, we did mention, it was discussed that we need a mechanism somehow to have that connected. So it doesn't really even exist right now for the big stations or for main, private, corporations such as ours to do that. And one of the reasons, and I'm kind of segueing into another element, is one of the reasons why we wouldn't get funds from diaspora is because of the political polarity and I'd say volatility as well is reflected in the diaspora politically. So if we start accepting money directly from diaspora members, for us it would endanger our attempt to be objective in our media, and it's a common concern because we've considered that, we've contemplated the solution, but we see what kind of pitfalls there would be in it. And also to talk about the political landscape, I know of some people that right now for the Haitian community are starting to think about having some sort of a transnational political party that would fight on both fronts, on the local front, and that's kind of what I wanted to add to the panel.
Thank you.
I'd also point out that and I forget which one of you said it, the number one thing diaspora populations want to do in this country is change back home. And if the broadcast outlets and other media outlets back home begin accepting money from those who want to change back home, they run the risk of putting themselves in serious trouble, as Meza can attest.
Yes, well, these last two comments really confirm the complexity of engaging with the diaspora. And of course, one of the issues is that we so often speak about the diaspora when we know better than that, right? George, you mentioned earlier the mobilization of funding when there's a disaster. And oftentimes what we see in that kind of mobilization is what I call the latent diaspora. Sometimes it's people who are already active and mobilized around their diaspora identity, but it can oftentimes also be people who don't every day live their diaspora identity, but when there is some tragedy in the country of origin, they mobilize. And we certainly saw that in the Afghan American community after September 11th, for example. So I had the opportunity a few years ago, to provide training within the State Department, and they wanted to learn more about what diasporas were and how to mobilize them. And so I kind of had this mantra that I kept repeating over and over again to don't mobilize the targeted, but target the mobilized. And I think that's a really important thing to think about, that there are risks involved, right? So when you want to engage for purposive objectives, the diaspora, it's more efficient and effective if you mobilize with those who are already organized and share your mission. Then you know that you can walk together, right? Instead, what we often do is target this amorphous thing, and then there's lots of misunderstanding because we don't really know each other. We don't have that starting point of common ground. But of course, often those who are mobilized are also politicized, and so there are risks involved. So thank you for those comments. We have another question over here. Who has the mic? Thank you.
Hi, do you monitor social media to see the kinds of conversations that diaspora communities are having, especially in the U.S., about issues back home? I find it fascinating in two instances that I can bring up. For example, in Nigeria, when the girls were abducted, if you follow the hashtag, you would see a lot of Nigerian Americans and African Americans from Africa, who are joining from Africa, talking about the issue, and the insights that they provided to me were so different from what I was getting in mainstream media. So I work as a TV producer, so part of my job is monitoring social media. And another news story where I noticed that monitoring social media conversations added to the narrative was in the issue between the Haiti and the Dominican Republic and the deportation of Haitians from the DR and not giving them citizenship. I went online, I went on Twitter mostly, and I monitored the hashtag to see what Dominican Americans were saying in the U.S. and Haitian Americans. And again, it was fascinating to see both of the communities interacting with each other, disagreeing, and I find that to be an aspect that is often overlooked, that a lot of these conversations are happening online, and we're not focusing on that. So I wanted to find out if any of your organizations do that.
Thank you. Mita, can I ask you, now that you're coughing, I'm just curious because you were providing earlier some impressions of the degree to which diasporans are listening and watching, so you must do some kind of monitoring, no?
I would say that the monitoring that happens is anecdotal. I will be very honest, because it's when you are catering to a worldwide audience and you're doing it on a language basis. You're not doing it on a diaspora ethnic identity basis. So when you're putting out Arabic radio, you're not catering to any one diaspora of Arabs. You're catering to a huge group. So unless there's a flashpoint which gets a certain conversation going, and then of course there will be an attempt to monitor that, I don't think it's done on a regular, ongoing basis, but a particular incident or a particular situation might actually trigger that kind of monitoring.
Thank you. And George, how about in your experience and with the organizations that are working in these fragile states, do you think any of them are monitoring social media to get a finger on the pulse of the diaspora and what impact they may have?
Probably not extensively or systematically, for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's, as I said earlier on, it's time consuming and it can be resource intensive. But another reason is I think there's certainly a degree of skepticism about how representative social media really is about the conversations that take place there, and can be very, very misleading if you're trying to particularly understand what's going on in conflict regions, because people who have access to social media, despite the fact that everybody has a cell phone, and even just recently came back from the Congo, and it is true that in places where you would never believe it that everybody has a cell phone. Everybody doesn't really know how to converse on social media. It's a very it's a kind of a very sophisticated kind of skill in some sense. It requires literacy. It requires a lot of so you get a very mixed, a very selective audience who's conversing on social media, and you may want to miss something. So it's an interesting thing to do, and I think particularly from a news perspective, people do it all the time, and it can be can show you some trends, but it may not be as informative as you would hope it might be.
I would also just like to add, as a researcher, that it's extremely beneficial to have friends in the diaspora who are on social media. We share a dear friend who is from Nigeria and Sierra Leone, and in the early days of the outbreak of Ebola, he was posting multiple times every day on Facebook about what was happening real time, and it gave me an opportunity to really follow what was happening there in ways that I never would have, because it was not available in mainstream media.
And that's, I think, the point. I mean, if you know your audience, if you're your audience, and if you know your correspondent in that sense, it is an amazing resource. But if you're just sort of monitoring it in general, it's really, I'm not sure who this person is.
But sometimes these individuals are they're compilers of other news sources. So the other news sources are credible, you just don't know where to look for them, right? And here you can go in one place to get that. And I think that's one of the huge benefits of social media. We have time for one more question, if there's another burning question from the audience. Well, I guess we've maxed out. Perhaps everybody would like to call it quits so they can tweet about what a great panel it was. Thank you all very much.
Well, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, panelists. That was an excellent discussion. We have actually been live tweeting all day, as you know, and as a perfect example of what we were just talking about, there's a woman named Maureen Bowden who actually has 2,500 different followers. She lives in New York, is a member of the Irish Diaspora. I have never met her, but because I've been following her conversation about Irish diaspora issues, and she and I have been in conversation. She's been watching the events on live streaming and tweeting out comments about all of you, and she said something that I think is very important. She said today at our particular forum, she has not heard the word harnessing, and she said she's heard more about connecting and engaging. And I want to thank all of you in the audience who have connected with us and engaged with us all day, our panelists and moderators who have helped us do that, and we hope you'll come back to George Washington University for more events about diasporas and development. Thank you very much.
So we